What's up, CDP? I'm coming on camera in a couple of minutes. Give me a couple of minutes, you all. I am actually coming on, but I'm going to say that the insanity is real. And because World News Tonight didn't come on, I want to give a shout out to UCLA women's basketball team. I wish South Carolina would have won, but hey, it's not always the case. So shout out to UCLA for their win. Um, but because the news shows weren't on, even for NBC, I think they're doing the Valero Texas Open. So CBS is not on and NBC is not on. So no nightly news is on. So I had a chance to get a notification that VS Icon was on. And I watched and I just listened. And I'm like, wow, the insanity is real. And I keep on telling you all, now let me bring my seat up. So I keep on telling you all that these people are here for clicks and views. There are no friends on YouTube. And these people will turn on you. It is only a matter of time. They will actually turn on you. So we actually saw Grown Folks TV and DS falling out, and I guess now Ken Nola is threatening VS. So it's like everybody is they're working with VS, but I think they were working with VS to take her down. And again, you have to realize that these are people, for the most part, who are really not liked in the sector. I don't have a problem with Ken Nola. He's never done anything to me, but I do know that a lot of people don't like him because of the kids talking and all of this other stuff. But then they're not really a fan of DX, and a lot of people are not a fan of VS. So really, people are really sitting back and watching. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing. But again, there are lessons to be learned from this situation. Hold on, y'all. Oh my goodness. Give me a minute, y'all. Okay. All right. But there are lessons to be learned in this situation. So, hey, there are lessons to be learned. And so these people will want to be around you to bring you down. So VS now is saying that she's waiting for people to drop triggers and she's going to the FBI. She's already gathered evidence and some things that she needs. She will give her phone up so people can check through her phone. Well, in her live, all of a sudden it was taken down. DX comes up and he's calling her a bag of bees. He's black sector. You play these games with Lemon and all of these other people, but you don't play these games with me. I will make you disappear like that channel. Now, see, you need to watch yourself because you're going to get yourself in a world of trouble. And I don't see anything good happening for any of these people playing these games because somebody got to win and somebody's going to break. And it may be the fact that all of y'all wound up in trouble. I just think that everybody wants to prove themselves. Everybody want to be a king of a sector. And my thing is, be the king or the queen of your household. Be the king and queen of investing in yourself. Because these people will sit here for the entertainment. But when you go to jail or when you're in a situation, these people are going to sit here and watch for the most part. And I just think you all really need to be careful. Don't let these people egg you on. It's not worth it. We know what people do. Oh, I'm so glad you sold out. Now, Castro, baby, you was really making them baskets. But Castro, for that last basket on the left hand side, my right, your right, my left, was that like Jerry Curl or hair straightener? Cause it look just like cream of nature or something. So it was that for people who may have weave or tough hair texture. Cause it did look like it was like a cream of nature, a perm up in there. And I know you live in Arkansas, and I know people still wear Jerry curls. So I'm just wondering, did you sell that one too? 'Cause baby, I saw that one on my left, your right. Baby, I knew it. I knew it, Castro. I'm like, is that relaxer? Is that California curl or cream of nature relaxer? Damn, Castro, you be thinking of everything. I mean, that's deep. That's deep. Somebody might need the California curl or relaxer. My. Okay, Castro, I'm so happy that you sold. I really wanted you to bring a basket up, but I am glad. Ah, I'm glad that you sold out them baskets. Come on, Castro. You better sell them baskets, boy. You got a basket anointing on you. Okay, you got a basket anointing on you. Okay, baby, you was making them baskets like you was designing a building. You better go on, Castro. Don't let nobody turn you around. Don't let nobody turn you around. Okay, you keep on doing it. Don't you let nobody tell you no different. But any rate, so again, somebody's gonna get extremely hurt. I'm sitting there watching grown folk TV, just try to sound diabolical. Everybody's trying to be the baddest. Everybody's trying to prove how much power they got, and again, get the power to pay your electric bill. Get the power to pay your water bill. Get the power to spend time with your family and friends. I mean, you do diabolical things. You have called people jobs and stuff. You do that, and I just think that y'all gonna wind up canceling each other out. Hey, Olivia, but y'all gonna wind up canceling each other out. And I'm listening to how you talk. I'm listening to how she talks, and I'm like, are you serious? But I do got a question now. Is she still gonna interview Lemon Mama? Is she still gonna interview Lemon Mama after all of this? Because baby, um, I don't know who did it. I'm not saying ZX did it, um, but ZX did allude that I got a team. I got a team. So he may not have done it, but he may have some idea who did do it. I'm just saying. But baby, he snatched that channel down. Okay, and again, all I'm hearing is I'm going to the FBI and all of that stuff, and I'm not mad at that. But then ZX is saying, well, how can you do that? But you are dealing with me. And see, this is the thing, you all. Dealing with these people never works out for you. You may get something in the short term, but it's not worth it in the long term. And I mean, VS dealing with ZX, I knew that was going to be a problem. ZX dealing with VS, I knew that was going to be a problem. Ken all up in the middle of it. I mean, it's problematic all around. It's problematic all around. And why don't people just go back to doing their roast, their gags, telling stories? Stay out of people's personal business. And this is what I'm telling you all. You all should learn something from this situation. A lot of these people get your information to use against you later because that's what they do. It is not safe to talk to these people behind the scenes. Even if you are sterile in your conversation, some of these people will use things to say that they called me and we talked. Any little thing that can prove that y'all had something, and they will make a molehill. They'll make a mountain out of a molehill. Stop talking to these people behind the scenes. I'm gonna tell you what. People that I'm cool with, I don't talk behind the scenes with. Now, have I called content creators? You darn right. But baby, it ain't about no diabolical stuff. None of that. Let me give you a prime example. S. Hutchinson reached out to me because I hadn't heard from On-Site April. I like On-Site April. When I go to Florida, I try to make it my point, if I'm in South Florida, to see On-Site April, because On-Site April is good people overall. I know that On-Site April was having a tough time. So when I reached out to her and I couldn't reach her, I was like, has anybody heard from her? And so Shelly reached out to me, and I'm gonna tell you, this is behind the scenes with me. I can't speak for nobody else, but this is behind the scenes for me, and I don't think Shelly minds me saying this. You know, I'm gonna take a risk to tell it, but I don't think she minds. Shelly reached out to me to say, "Hey, Jay Wilson, what's up? UNM." Shelly reached out to me to say, "Hey, have you heard from April? Because uh, let's be serious. Um, just passed away, and she knows April, right?" And I'm like, let me reach out to her, and I still couldn't reach out to her. So I hit back Shelly. I said, "No, Shelly, I can't get her. You know, some reason the phone is not connecting. Something is going on." Um, so, but I said, if you do get in contact with On-Site April, please let her know that I'm concerned about her. I'm praying with her, and I hope she's okay. And if nothing else, just give me something to let me know she's okay. You know, because y'all, I'm not mean and I'm not harsh. There are some people who I really do care for. And so I guess Shelly reached out to her, and then, to let me know that, hey, On-Site wants to see you. And so I clicked on Shelly's link to reconnect with On-Site, which I'm glad that I did. And then On-Site hit me up to say, hey, here's my information. And all I said, thank you, I got it. I have not reached out to On-Site yet. I have not talked to her yet, which I will do. But that's the kind of chatting in the back scenes I do. And I hope Shelly don't mind me telling that. But I was concerned about On-Site. And I was glad to be reconnected to On-Site, because let me say this again, y'all. On-Site has a caring heart. When I tell you, when we had got to the ship, and the ship reached the dock, the port of Miami, and I guess On-Site was watching. She was like, y'all back? How y'all getting back? I'm like, oh, we're going to take the train. She said, oh, hell no, y'all ain't. And I'm like, well, On-Site, you don't have to go through all of that. We know you may have something to do. She said, no, I don't want y'all to do X, Y, Z, da, da, da. I'm coming to get y'all. That is On-Site. That's On-Site April. That's On-Site April. You can say whatever you want to about her. She came, and she wasn't looking for nothing in return. She just did it because she wanted to do it. So I want to give a shout out to On-Site April, and that's why, she did Melissa, because Melissa was there. She sure did. She was serious about that thing. And I forgot Melissa was there. She was serious about that thing. So On-Site is a sweet person. She likes to have a good time. I tell you, she was a little hood. She sure was a little hood. She pulled that car right up on that curb and blasted that music in front of that hotel, and baby, the girls was dancing. But that's the type of person she is, and so I wanted to make sure she was okay. So that's what I have to say about that. Now, Myra Honda, I think that's your name. I got that jacket from Macy's backstage. So I got that from Macy's. So it was Macy's backstage at that. I saw it. It was the only one. I'm like, I hope this is a medium. It was a medium. Yeah, I got that from Macy's backstage. So yeah, you can get that from Macy's backstage. Brooks Brothers may have it. So yeah, but that's where I got it from. So anyway, but that's the kind of back scene stuff that I'm talking about. Or see, Miss O may hit me up to say, Pastor, because that's how she say, Pastor. You are on the docket, and we need you to come to court. That's the Miss O. You know, but to be plotting and planning against people and all of that stuff, I don't do that. And let me say this to you all. At the beginning of YouTube, we may have done that kind of stuff. My bad, y'all. At the beginning of YouTube, you know, but when you really have a career, family, loved ones, you don't have time to be diving in people's real life. You don't have time. And again, when you are mature, you don't have the time to try to exert your power by trying to destroy others. You try to uplift people, not entrap them or really injure them by taking something away from them. As much as I fight with Castro, Tommy, Brian, and all of them, baby, I ain't never called Brian's job. I have never looked up Brian's information. I have never looked up Castro and Tommy's information. I have never called the court or anything else to find out what was going on because, again, I don't have time for that. And if anything, you have heard me tell those individuals, leave each other alone. Don't waste your mama's money, your daddy's money. These people don't work hard to get you out on bail. You don't need to be doing that. See, again, I don't let people put me in there talking about something you made them do. No, 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 no. I don't make people do anything. If anything, I'm going to try to help you to stay out of this. I'm going to say this, DS, and you may not watch me, you may not care for me, and that's fine. But this is from the heart, and this is real. And I'm going to say it again because it keeps resonating in my spirit. God has allowed you to get your healing. You were in a situation where they were moving dates and things back. And the person called you. You got in, and you're getting your help. Let me tell you something. Don't allow God to bless you to get something you need, to get better in your life, to do things that will cause people pain, discomfort, and make their lives miserable. Use what God has blessed you with to bless others. DS, when you were telling your stories about your medical challenges, when you were telling your stories about the job situation and what was going on, I truly put everything aside and say, you know what? I like this. I like this right here. I can watch this. I can watch this. But as soon as I saw that shift, I'm like, okay, God has not healed you, allowed you to get a slot that was not there. God made a way where there wasn't a way. And then you go back and do this kind of stuff. Now, I don't know your personal life, but I will say this. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. And for the mere fact that you are fighting some man who has been delayed and he's not grown up, it makes you look crazy. sitting there having conversations and plotting and scheming with someone who is doing the same thing you're doing. It's crazy. It's almost like Kill Bill. And y'all don't trust, nobody don't trust everybody, no one. And everybody is trying to get the big payoff. And they don't care who you are. They will take you out just to get the big payoff. Get out of that rat race. It's almost like y'all are guinea pigs on that wheel, just running and running and running, and you're never going to go anywhere because it's always in a circle. And BS, you're too smart for that. You are much, much, much too smart for that. But you got to realize that diabolical people can go much deeper than you can. And y'all really hurting yourselves. Because whoever wins, you're going to be so bruised and wounded that you're not going to be able to come up for the next fight. And there's always going to be somebody who want to fight you. Ain't you tired? Ain't you tired? And grown folks, you running from sector to sector to sector. People don't like you. You are not trustworthy. You're not consistent. What you're consistent is diabolical works. But no one likes you. You always use that try to help you. The only difference between you and lemon is you don't drink as much. But folks don't like you. That's why you can't even come on my platform. Because I don't negotiate with somebody who is really not altogether there. And I think it's sad. BS, I really think BS could be a good person. But she always gets herself in situations with people, and it's always, I got something to prove. You don't have nothing to prove. And maybe somebody took your voice, and now you want to have your voice and exert your power. But how you're exerting your power is in the wrong way. And I think people can see that, but this stuff that's going on right now, it ain't it. It ain't it at all. And I'm going to say this. It is not entertaining. That man calling you a bag full of bees over there. You up there going to the FBI on him. It's just like, and then you're telling Ken Nola, make your move because I got something for you. We just got bigger fish to fry as a people. And I'm going to say this. We'll sit there and eat all of this stuff up. And I would like to give a shout out for Ness for coming over. Ness, I did see that person. Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. I've looked at him. Yes and no. And I'll give my reasons on that. But that's a yes and no with him. So let me see what y'all are saying. I'm planning an indoor garden. Listen to these fools fly on YouTube. Iran ain't playing. No, Iran is not playing. Thank God that they got the man. they got the serviceman who went down. Well, I see a lot of hurt people fight each other. Right back to her old ways. Jay Wilson, did you hear what she did to her mother just because her mother didn't want the phone, answer the phone quick enough for her? No, I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear that. I like I said, y'all, I really, look, I watched BS a couple of times. When she was going through her medical issue and she was giving people like a play-by-play of her medical issue, I was there for that. I thought that was very interesting. It wasn't dealing with doxing and stuff. It was dealing with stuff that she was going through. And then when she was talking about her job situation, I found that interesting. I found that interesting. Then all of this stuff started going on, and I just clocked out. I'm like, I'm not going to look at this again. I see what's going on again. So, no. She posted on Facebook that her mother was sleeping with women's husband at her church. This was about 2 months ago. I don't know that to be true. You said you saw it. I don't know that to be true. But if it is true, wow. That's all I can say. And I'm going to say this too. I don't know that to be true. So this is only an allegation. So I didn't go over and watch or see it myself. So I'm not saying that it's true or not. But I'm going to say this, y'all. I don't care what the deal is with my mom or my dad. What is going on with us, I will handle in a private, personal manner. That is not to be shared with the whole world. I'm sorry. What Lemon did was pure. I see why we got problems. I see why he can talk to Sour Patch and Lolo and all of those people. What's up, Angelica? I can see why he talked to them that way. Because how he talked to his mama was just as worse as him hitting her. As him hitting his mama. Because those words that he said to his mama were blows, verbal blows. And my thing is, you tried to justify it. And I'm like, how do you justify talking to your mama like that? And then how would she even allow you to talk to her like that? And if you talk to her like that, then this is not the first time you did it. Let me say this, you all. I respect my father. My father and I don't agree on everything. But when we do have those conversations where there may be a disagreement, there is mutual respect on all sides. And it gets to the point where, Dad, I guess we're not going to see eye to eye. I don't quite agree with you on that. And we move on. But I am never going to put any of my family members, none of them, under the bus. And we all have internal conflicts in families. Whenever you got people, even the best of families have internal conflicts. But that is for you and your family. Now, if it's something really criminal that needs to be talked about, that's a whole nother ball of wax. But thank God I've never had those issues in my immediate family. Now, I'm going to say this too. Brian, and I know you in here, I listened to your situation again. Your sister is the right one in this situation. I think your sister could have taken a much gentler approach, but at the end of the day, your sister signed so your niece could get a car. Because your sister has the driver's license, your niece doesn't. And if anything happens to that car, it falls on your sister. And I think your niece needs to understand that, because if she feels some kind of way, that's when you go to the DMV and get your own driver's license. That's me. I just think that it could have been handled a different way. But I thought your interaction with your family was very interesting. And that's what I want to say on that. But y'all, I've been watching the VS situation and the grown folk just now. I haven't been following it really closely, but just now. I don't know what's going on with Ken Nola, but y'all need to tread lightly. You know, Ken, I was very concerned when somebody was audacious enough to travel to your hometown and had access to your mama. That's some deep stuff. That's some deep stuff right there, Ken. I think y'all and see this is the thing, you're putting your loved ones at risk and they don't have nothing to do with all your foolery. And so when y'all start doing that, just think about, you know, because people who are diabolical and don't have nothing to lose, that's what they do. And I'm gonna say this: there's always somebody better than you. There's always somebody willing to go to the mat like you. I was telling somebody, yeah, it's all right to hang around cutthroat people till the knife is at your neck. See, and that's what people don't understand. See, you think it's fun because you have protection, or you think that no one will bother you because you were hanging with these people. But maybe when the knife is at your neck, it's a whole other ball game. And that's all I'm gonna say about that, you all. You all should know better than this. You all are adults. Y'all know what's going on. You know what YouTube gives. You know that some of this stuff can be criminal. Y'all playing with each other's money now. Y'all start flagging pages and stuff. And I'm just sitting back and looking. I'm like, yeah, don't let the devil ride. He'll want to drive. What you say, Jay? Don't let the devil ride. He'll want to drive. And baby, you can play with Rumpelstiltskin all you want to. He's gonna want his pay, or she's gonna want her pay in the end. And that's all I got to say about that, y'all. It's real out here. But let me be a little messy. Is she still gonna interview Lemon Mama at 8 o'clock? Is that Central Standard Time or Eastern? Is it gonna be 7 o'clock here, 8 o'clock? I'm just wondering. Is the interview with Lemon Mama going on with all of this stuff? Is her channel still in operation? I just want to know because I want to know if Lemon Mama gonna be crazy enough to get on there and talk. I want to know if Lemon Mama got a strategy, not a strategy, but a strategy, and what the strategy gonna be. Yeah, that's what I just find it hard to believe that maybe these people done called jobs and apartment buildings, and then somebody was trying to get with you and trying to flirt with you, and I don't know what's the goal, Lemon Mama? Is you trying to be the queen of the beef set, the Lemon Mama? Is you trying to jump in where your son left off because you saw the money that he was making and it was helping you with your bills, and now you want to jump in and make it part time for you? I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to do. Uh, Tell me what you want me to do. I'm just trying to figure it out. Because Lemon Mama, you older than me. They say you about in your 60s. So Lemon Mama, haven't you seen enough heartache and heartbreak? Now you want to jump into another new heartache and heartbreak? I'm just trying to figure it out. So are they still going to do the interview? Anybody, can y'all help me? Is they still going to do the interview? I'm just asking for a friend. My. Well, I guess we'll find out at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock. My. But it's crazy out there, you all. So I'm going to drop this link because I'm almost at my destination. But it's some crazy work going on out there. And y'all, when y'all see Naz, well, you know what? I will let her know. But I know that guy. I've looked at his stuff. My thing is this, you all. People really need to look at scripture in context. A lot of people are looking at scripture in their vernacular, in their context, and their understanding. You need to get the understanding of the ancient text, the people. You need to look at the history of it, because again, you need to make sure, and then you come to the conclusion. Holy Ghost, what are you trying to tell me? After looking at all of this, after looking at the history, looking at what can I learn from this. You know, um, the Old Testament is for us, but we're not under the law. But we need to know what the law was, because again, Old Testament is God's promise revealed. New Testament is God's promise fulfilled. And there's some things in the Old Testament that does not pertain to us. Go back to tithing again. Do you not know that Jewish people didn't even have to tithe after they left Israel? Because again, it was for Israel. It was a nation thing. It's something that it was a tithe tax, and it helped the Levitical priests, those people who were widows, those people who were down on their luck. And it also was a portion for the Levites. That's why the tithes were there. You gave an animal or you gave some grain. It was never about money. We don't deal with money until we get into the New Testament, and that's usually you'll see provisions when the scripture was talking about how the Pharisees tithed of their gardens. Well, the Pharisees actually had gardens, like your mama would have a garden, and by the law, you were even required to give a portion of that. But when the temple was destroyed, there was no need for that. Hello, somebody. So I just want you all to be aware of that. There are some things that Gentiles could do that Jewish people couldn't do. Some things that the Gentiles were not required to do that Jews did. Now, I know that a lot of people in America circumcise their sons, but, you know, circumcision was a Jewish thing for the law. If you look at the Bible, the Jews were trying to make the Gentiles get circumcised, and that's when the apostles said, we are the circumcision. We believe in God and the Spirit. We rejoice in Christ Jesus, have no confidence in the flesh. So it's not the circumcision of the foreskin, it's the circumcision of the heart that counts now. But again, we try to put people in places that they shouldn't be in. And so, Ness, this is why I don't really get all the way into that guy. I mean, you know, people sound authoritative on YouTube, but I look deeper than that. What are your sources? Where are you getting this from? And I'm serious about that, because that's very important to me. And we don't understand that people have given their life, their entire life, to study. And that's the difference between action research person and a long-term research person. So a person who has a PhD in theology, they may study Christology or angelology or soteriology, you know, those types of things. The angels. They know there are some people who just do nothing but angels. That's their whole thing. There are some people in the academic circle, all they do is study Mary, and they know everything about Mary or women in the Bible. So again, that helps the body because it helps us to interpret things correctly. But then you have people in action research. That's the church is getting ready to close. It's almost the administrative piece. It's how to help the people. And that's where you get your D-mans and your doctorate of ministries and stuff. But those PhDs help those folk out because it really helps them get a foresight on that. And people have spent their lives' work on that. And if you know anything about academic work, it is not to slant. It's not to prove a point. You come up with a hypothesis. You come up with something saying, okay, I wonder if this is, you know, and then if it's true and you have the evidence, then it has to be proven by peers, and your peers poke through that. It may not be what you thought. Do you not know people get PhDs for saying this is not what I thought? And so my conclusion is this, and the third. So the biggest thing is making sure that you take all bias as much as you can out of your research, because no one wants research bias. That's a biased research rather. That's why you do samples that you can prove. And that's why you do bigger, because you want to make sure this can be replicated and duplicated and people are going through. And that's how research is, you all. So when people are trying to say, you're trying to make this thing for yourself and make it to fit you, no, I don't. I don't, to be honest. And what research causes you to do is to know that, hey, this may not be right, or this may not be what I thought it was going to be. So, yeah. And let me say this, y'all. I believe the Holy Spirit lets us know when something is right. And I really do. And I think the more knowledge that you have, the better your outcomes will be. If you give me a little, then that's all I have to work with. But when you give me a whole, then yeah. And I think a lot of ministers are working with very little, but trying to stretch it out to make it something that it ain't. And I think that that's when you got to know history, etymology, what these words mean, the history of the Greek people, culture. Those things really play into biblical work. Reading the Bible ain't easy. It's a difference between reading the Bible for inspiration and really reading the Bible for study. And most of us on surface. And I was on surface at one point, and guess what? It ain't that I'm so deep. I think the deeper you go into the Bible, the more complex, and I think the more perplexing it is. This is why you just got to believe God, but I'm telling you, it gets deep. No one talks about JEPD, which is Yahweh, Elamist, Priestly, and Deuteronomy. David didn't write all of the Bible. You can tell when the priestly cast is writing it. You can tell when the Yahweh is writing it. You can tell when the Deuteronomic class is writing it. And you can tell when the Elamists are writing, because their writing is similar. A lot of people don't even know about JEPD, which is Yahweh's, Elamist, Priestly, and Deuteronomic class. And again, you can't give people a lot of that because they can't digest it. And had I gotten this 10 years ago, I would have been like, what you talking about? Huh? And that's why I challenge you all to take a seminary class. You can do this stuff online. And I really encourage you to do a class on that's not denominational. That's just contextual, not denominational. What's up, Uppity?
How you doing, Juicy?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm good. I keep repeating sing because I know you like to sing. I wanted to know if you would sing with me.
Baby, what you singing?
I wanted to sing Tamala Man.
Which Tamala Man song? You don't know all her stuff.
Okay, well, the one that you like. In all my pain in life, distress, broken hearted,
Sing
but
up,
I
babe.
tried my best.
Sing, baby, sing. Let
I've
him use
been battered and torn through life and see.
Let him use you, Uppity.
But I found myself.
Feel it. Come on.
Who truly loves me. And I just came to sing.
Say it.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus.
Come on, Uppity.
No matter what may come my way.
Dig deep, Uppity. Dig deep. Come on now.
Jesus' name. Glory to you. Oh, I'm not playing. I like this song. I really love it.
Well, no, I felt you digging deep. I felt you digging deep like Castro was making them baskets. But I felt you digging deep. I felt you digging deep
Thank
on that.
you.
I
Thank
felt you
you.
digging
Whoever
deep.
said that.
Now let me
Yeah,
say this.
listen,
Let
that
me
sounds
say
like
this. Let me say this.
Fantasia. I appreciate that.
Let me say this. Now Uppity may not have the voice of RNY TV, but baby, she was I felt Uppity was reaching deep. I felt that Uppity was feeling that song.
I do.
I felt
I
that she
really
was
love it.
really
I want
going
you to
deep.
join me. You know, Juicy,
But
I
I
usually
don't know
sound
that. I
better when
don't
I
know
got
that, Uppity,
somebody
because
with a
you don't
voice.
need me. You don't need me because you did that. Now, some
Thank
people
you.
may be like,
Thank
"Oh,
you.
she didn't," but no, you didn't hit all your notes. But I felt you. I felt that you was meaning that. I felt
Yeah,
like
I
you was
did mean
meaning
it.
that. I
And I thought
felt
the
that.
song was appropriate for today, Pastor. The song is Hallelujah by Tamala Man.
Okay,
Hallelujah.
come on, Uppity, go do it again now. Come on.
Thank you, Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what may come my way,
Come on, Uppity, dig it
it's
deep.
praise his name.
Mm.
Glory to you. I
Mm.
will bless
Mm.
his holy name.
Mm.
Lord,
Mm.
hallelujah.
Come on,
Yes,
Uppity. Dig in, honey. Tap in.
I'm
Tap
trying.
in. Tap in,
Wow,
Uppity.
they
No, I don't think Uppity is controlled by the other spirit. I don't think Uppity been drinking. Stop trying to put that
no,
on
I'm
liquor.
sober. I'm
Okay, so
sober.
stop
Yeah.
trying to put that on liquor. I think Uppity felt that in her spirit. And let me say
Yes.
this again. Uppity ain't she ain't Yolanda Adams, but I feel that she
I'm
going deep.
not. Yeah.
She's going deep,
Thank you,
and I think
Juicy.
Uppity is feeling it in her spirit.
Uh-huh.
That's what
Absolutely.
I feel.
Like, I'm not,
Okay now.
God only made one of each of us. We are all
Mm-hmm.
individual. I can't be Tamala Man. Tamala Man is there. She does a great job. But her voice is anointed, as we all know. So, God gave us all different gifts. Y'all can't be, expecting me to have her gift. But I'm doing what I can with what I got. The hell? Yeah, I asked Juicy to sing with me. What you want? Better. Okay. Better. Thank you. I'm trying to let him use me. But Juicy, do you know that song?
You know that song,
Do you know that song?
you know, song and
Oh, look at now it says song is anointed. Thank you. She recognized my voice is trying. Yeah.
you know that song.
Hello, Juicy. Okay, Juicy must be having some technical difficulties. I could try another song if you guys like. I could try another song. What up, Brian? Brian, this is God's day, so I'm gonna leave the mess alone. I'm not gonna
Okay,
answer
Uppity,
that
I'm back,
question.
girl. I'm back. I
Okay,
was
Juicy.
just coming in the house. But Uppity, let me tell you something. Okay, Lyric, I'm gonna let you out. Can you wait? Can you wait? Jesus. I can't
Listen,
even get
Brady.
out the house. Huh? Come on. She act like she can't wait to get out. Come on, let's go. Anyway, Uppity, but what you think about what's going on? I don't know. I was just talking about the VS situation. She's saying that she'll go to the FBI. All you got to do is just pull the trigger and she'll do it. She said, just trust me. She said, ain't none of these people. And then you got VX coming back saying that you crazy and you delusional and he said a lot. And one thing he did say, which I think he needs to watch out, he said, just like your channel disappeared, I'll make you disappear. So you got to watch them kind of threats, VX. What you think, Uppity?
Well, yeah, there's a definitely threat you shouldn't be making online. But I
Mm-hmm.
feel like I introduced the FBI to this sector. But one thing I will say this about the FBI, they will look into your complaint, but they also gonna look into the other side because all they care about is a rate of not losing. So
Mm-hmm.
you ain't gonna put a complaint like YouTube. You could sit there and talk crazy about somebody, and they can do a response video. But because the other
Mm-hmm.
person do a complaint you did, they get in trouble and you don't. It don't work with the FBI like that. They gonna look at both sides. So I hope anybody going to the FBI hands are clean, because y'all both gonna wind up in the clinker.
That's what I'm afraid of. And people are acting like they can use the FBI as their personal police department, not knowing that, hey, they're looking at both sides. Like that person who was trying to call talking about something, he driving and he's doing this. Well, then the police department was saying, but we're more concerned that you have all his information and you're doing this. And so when the police department called me, they were like, we're more concerned about this, and we'll make sure we come around the house, and if you need us, just let us know, because we're concerned about this person, because how they made it sound like this person was very unhinged. So again, y'all got to be careful, because that person thought they was doing a big one with me, not knowing that you you getting ready to do your own self in. So, and like I said, I didn't even know that was going on until you all told me, and I'm like, what? But again, you just don't know. You got to be very careful. What's your thoughts, Uppity?
No, I totally agree. Like I have made FBI reports and they stick, but at the same token, like I'm not gonna make an FBI report knowing that I'm doing the goddamn same thing, because that's weird. And like mostly when I make my FBI reports, if somebody go too far with my child, and I think like other children shouldn't have to go through what Nala went through with these weird ass people. So yeah, I'll do it that way. But as far as like, because I don't believe I can be bullied as an adult on the internet. It's like a choice for me to listen or not. I'll just log off or block you or whatever the case may be. Now, if you keep pursuing me after I did that, that's a different thing. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I agree. I just want
Thank
people
you,
to know
Uncle
that, because
Clyde.
yeah, it's the
Go
truth.
ahead.
They're not gonna look on one side. They're gonna look on both sides. They're gonna investigate both of you, because they not gonna have them looking crazy. That's why FBI reports take so long to come to fruition, because they do a deep dive.
Well, I don't think anyone should be doing this unless you really have a reason. Nobody brings up her child but her. Now, look, I ain't in nobody's cheering, but a lot of people have been talking about that too. I think that everybody gets hurt and harmed when you trying to. I keep on saying this, you all, and I want
But
y'all to hear me now.
I'm just
I don't.
saying that just that comment right there, you see, we got people on here, and I don't want to make comparisons, but I will. I have never sat here and said, because I got in a beef with somebody, like they did Miss Dolby, they're gonna pretend like she was outside their kid's window, and everybody else they get in a beef with, they say, "Oh, I'm going to the court and say you was doing something to my son." Like me, I have a problem with that. Being a child, even though my daughter is more verbal than that person's child, I would have an issue doing that, because you're messing it up for people that really experience that. Like you're going to be online. I have never used my daughter as a crutch when I couldn't fight back, because Uppity is good at fighting. And what I have to do is learn not to do it. And to be honest, people think I like to fight. I don't. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes I have to go there. But I would never lose my child as that. So I feel like these people, they think the B sector and having a crowd behind them is something, but the government don't care nothing about none of that. So you can lie all you want in juicy chat, but a lot of you people come for my daughter unprovoked. So
Well,
I don't move
I
away
don't,
from
I
the B
don't think
sector.
that. Let me say this, Uppity, though. Let me say this. I don't think they're talking about your daughter. I think they're talking about somebody else's daughter, because I've heard people hint about somebody else's daughter and some stuff that they went through. But again, so I don't think that was meant for you. I think that was meant for somebody else. And all I'm gonna say is we need to be very careful. I love Miss Dovey down, but Miss Dovey with this lemon mama thing. Again, people had to bring to your
Yeah,
attention
that was
again.
dead wrong. That was dead wrong. I'm gonna
It
let you
was
talk though,
wrong,
Juicy.
but
I did not like that.
but Dovey don't like about people talking about her when her son would knock her upside her head. Okay, and her own daughter kicked her out. So again, Dovey folk know your words, and then you was trying to take just read my book, House Girl. So you can't do that.
Sure did, sure did, and that's what I'm trying to say. You got to watch out when you make these calls. I don't know if Ms. Dolby said, I was on a panel with her, but I can't recall if she said she's gonna call FBI now. But Ms. Dolby, you wrong as oh, you wrong as hell for trying to do that to Lemon Mama. See, like Lemon supporters and Lemon himself had been trying to get me to take Lemon Mama off my page. I just simply wouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? I only did it one time because I wanted to get that fake Jamaican up out of here. So I complied, but it wasn't real. You know what I'm saying? But when Lemon said that his mama been on her own since 14 years old, and he never met his grandmother on his mom's side, I said, damn, this lady been through a lot. And me personally having issues with my biological mother, I felt for her. You know what I'm saying? Because my mom didn't raise me, and that takes a toll on you. But I did have other women in my life, like my grandmother, and my grandma was like a couple of generations ahead of me. You know what I'm saying? So she always made sure she had somebody close to be like a role model to me, because she already recognized certain things that is above her. So when Lemon said that his mama been like
Uppity, I
that,
guess that person was coming for you, girl. Okay, I didn't know
I
what
knew
was
they
going
was.
on.
Just I don't be delusional about it. Yeah.
Okay,
But
okay. I thought he
what
was
I
talking
like
about
to
somebody
implore them,
else.
yeah, but what I like to implore them is this. I tell people that all the time. If y'all want to sit here, because I have made a couple of FBI reports about people in this sector, and I sent them the video clips to prove it. And I implore anybody, if they feel like I'm using my daughter, you go ahead and when they get called to court by the FBI, because it's coming. Because I don't make reports alone. Nala is in a protected class. An attorney is free for her, free. Ain't no pro
Well, let me
bono
tell you
attorneys.
something. It's a lot of protected classes here, but people don't use that. I'm gonna tell you what. There are people who are over 55, protected class. There are people who are LGBTQIA, protected class. There are women, minorities, protected class. There are people with physical and mental challenges, protected class. So
Yeah, but you
again,
see, but when it comes to autistic kids, because autism and then the things that people go through with it is so new. Maybe autism adults, I think they do got attorney, but when it comes to attorney for children, as long as my hands is clean, I made my own report, and another lawyer did too. So I win all the time. I just made a complaint about her school. It took me like a year later to get those things. So I can imagine for other people. So I implore anybody in the beef sector that feels like I'm using my daughter, you go ahead when those people get called to go to court, you go ahead and be their character witness against me. That's what I'll tell you to do. But I don't
okay,
care about nothing
y'all
you
heard
talk
that
about
from
in the chat.
Uppity. Hey, Uppity, do you think that Lemon Mama gonna do this interview? Because the interview is supposed to be at 8 o'clock. That's what I'm hearing with VS. So you think that's gonna
Well,
happen
if
with
she
all of this
do, she's
stuff
a
that
plum
happened?
fool. If she do, she's a plum fool. That's what I
That's
know.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Uncle Cloud. I'm gonna protect the class too. Okay, I sure am a
No,
protected
everybody. I
class.
mean, we all can be taking classes, but I'm just saying, like, when you do your research, I like when
No,
research is my
I'm
top
not
thing. You do
arguing
the same
against
research.
you
Yeah.
because again, first of all, it's more severe because your daughter is a child. That's number one. She has a mental situation, so she has a challenge there with the autism. So that's two. So there's a lot of things, but
No,
we
she
have to
get a
watch
lawyer
out.
for free. Yeah, like
Yeah.
she get a lawyer
Cause
for
let me
free. I
tell
don't
y'all
have to sit
something.
here and make content
Y'all
about
can
it.
sit here and make these gay slurs and stuff, but I'm telling you, I'm telling you, it gets
Oh yeah,
real
not
deep.
yeah, exactly. That's a protected class. The like if people from my knowledge of looking it up in the FBI, if you threaten to like harm somebody or unalive somebody or want to physically hurt somebody because of their sexuality, there are lawyers that would take on that case for free. Yeah, it's true. I mean, you
Now,
can
like I
make your
said,
own complaints, but it's
I
better
think
when it comes to a
I
lawyer.
think a lot of the men in the beef sector are very much men. They don't run to the police with that because there's been many things that people have said that could get your whole channel taken away. People have said some things, and whether you like it or not, or whether you feel some kind of way or not, that's the law. And so, I just tell people to watch it because again, a lot of these gay folk don't give you what you really deserve. Because if these people really rose up, a lot of people's channels would be gone, including other gay
That's
people.
true. Like, you get a lot of people channels going, but see, Juicy, I don't know if you know, I don't do B sector content anymore. But even when I was in the B sector, I understand that's what comes with it. People going to talk crazy about you. They're going to take a little truth and spread more lies. I get it.
Mhm.
But my problem is when you try to come for my child. So I already see like it depends on who's saying it. These people will follow behind them. So that's why I say, you know what? Maybe your favorite CC got to get carried out by a judge. for you to get the message. And then if you really love them, you go on to the FBI and put your good name on them. And let's see who wins. 'Cause they don't
It's,
have
it's
my way in court
interesting.
all
Let
the
me
time.
tell y'all something. Yes, people do be embellishing. That's why I take some things that people say with a grain of salt because, baby, some people do be embellishing. Now, I will put a little humor to it, but usually what I'm saying is truthful. I'll put a little humor to it. And if I don't know for a fact, I will say it is alleged. Like with Castro Cannon, I did see them California curl or them relaxers. I'm like, okay. I said, I guess people in Arkansas still wearing Jerry curls. Okay, they still need some relaxer. But Castro confirmed that yes, it was in them baskets. I ain't mad at Castro. I ain't mad at the state of Arkansas. You know, everybody has a right to wear the how they want to wear their hair. Okay, everybody had that right. But my thing is,
No, you see a chat. They saying that Lemon said it wasn't going to happen. I don't know. And Castro, did you sell enough Easter basket? I see you in the chat.
honey,
Castro, how's
Castro
your
said
Easter
he
basket
sold
going?
all of them Easter baskets. He said he sold
That's what's
all of them.
up. I ain't mad at them.
Baby, let me tell you something. Castro has a basket anointing on his life. Okay,
Yes,
Castro was looking
ma'am.
at them
Yes, sir.
baskets like his life depended on it. Well, obviously his life does depend on it because if he got an old janky basket, nobody ain't gonna buy it. But baby, I
All
saw
right.
Castro putting in the work. Honey, Castro was putting in them Doritos in the right place. Okay, he was
I
putting
need
them
to know where Castro is ordering them stuffed animals from because he got some big stuffed animals. And I know he
oh,
working
I
with a
thought you
budget.
said
And that's no shade. That's no
edibles.
shade.
Baby, I'm like, if he
Yeah.
got edibles in them baskets, no one of them baskets is selling like that. You said stuffed animals. Okay, I thought you said edibles. I
No,
said, baby, if you selling edibles in
he
there,
got some big stuffed animals, and that's no shade. I know he working with a budget. He got a whole bunch of them, so I need to know where he ordered his stuffed animals from. Because I'm
uh,
trying to get Nala a tall one, not the Melissa and
mm,
whatever that thing
well,
is, giraffe. Because they want damn near
mhm.
$1,000. No, uppity want the discount, the cheap one,
Okay.
the knockoff one.
Castro, Brian Castro said he sold all out of them. So he may have beaten the rain, but he said he
Hey,
sold
what
all
up,
out of
big
them.
baby?
But Brian,
Big
hold on for a
baby and
minute. But
Castro.
Brian, what happened with your sister and your niece? Did they get it together, Brian? What happened, Brian? Because I enjoyed your story. Let me tell you something, Brian. You were so frustrated. Did they get it together, Brian? I mean, because I really enjoyed that story, Brian, and you was talking about de-escalation, and I'm like, okay, Brian, you is really learning something for them classes. So did you de-escalate the situation? Now, don't happy Easter nobody. You the one who put it out there, and nobody ain't calling you out your name. I just wanted to know, did you de-escalate the situation? What happened,
Brian,
Brian? Did you
click
talk
the
to the
link.
people?
Brian and Castro, can y'all click the link? Because y'all know sometimes things get lost in translations when you text or type. You know what I'm saying? Can y'all click? I haven't talked to neither one of you.
I don't
Y'all know
think
I
they're gonna
love me
click the
some
link
Brian and
because you know
Castro.
Brian don't like to click the link over here because he always feel that somebody demonic. But honey, I'm telling you, and you know, Castro may click the link. He been clicking the link every once in a while. But you know how Brian is because
Well,
he
you
feel
put the
like
link,
every
so
time he
that's all
click
you
my
can do.
link, he
But
lose something.
but you know, Juicy, I think they love. I think y'all all love each other at the end of the day.
Oh, I love
Yeah, you
everybody.
know
I
what
ain't going to
I'm
hell for nobody. Uppity. I ain't going to hell for
saying?
nobody. I don't take Brian seriously in his shenanigans. Okay, I don't hate
Yeah.
nobody. You know he can come up
And
if he
Brian
want
is a
to.
QT. You gotta admit that. Brian and Castro, they are funny as hell. I love me some. I don't think they get enough credit as the OGs they are from the B sector. I love me some Castro
Oh
and
Lord, Castro,
Brian.
what you
Oh,
busy doing? Counting that money?
hey, Miss Sugar
Okay, you should.
Plum.
You busy counting that money, Castro?
I'm about to say
Castro
he
said he
busy
booked the
spending that
business.
Easter basket money. He
Come
busy
on,
spending
Easter
that Easter
basket
basket
money.
money.
I hope you ain't spending
Now,
it on no
Castro, I just
15
want
and no
your
what a
plug.
16 pack or no 32 pack.
No, Cash, I just want your plug. I ain't gonna tell nobody. I'm just trying to fill up my daughter's room with some big stuffed animals. So if you
I
know
saw the
something
big
better
yellow
than
one.
I
He had
got,
a big yellow one in the middle of the bag. It was a big old yellow one. I don't know if it was Big Bird. I don't know what it was. A big yellow one. Who I saw it. It was a big yellow one.
no,
So
but you know,
Castro, who bought the
Castro got
California
talent.
curl basket? Castro, who bought the California curl or the basket with the relaxer in it? Who bought that?
Oh, it was a relaxer in it.
Oh, it was.
Okay.
It was.
Well, probably some women that still use. It's a couple of females out there still using the perm, so he probably got
Okay.
somebody, you know.
Yeah,
You know,
we
they
covered
probably were too scared to
we
go into the
covered the
beauty
VS
store.
and we covered the VS and the ZX thing already. You got to roll it back. Now, let me say this. Can I say something? Now, y'all need to go ahead and give me
Say
some
something.
props, and y'all need to go ahead
Tell
and love
him.
on me and give me some props because again, some people don't let y'all red ball it back. And some people have 50 commercials in their lives. I don't put them commercials in my live because I can't stand them, and I don't want nobody to put them. I don't want to see them in other people's lives, so I don't put them in my live. I just want to say that.
Now, Juicy, I see Brian didn't say nothing. He ain't hit the link though. Where Brian go? Because I do enjoy talking to Castro
No,
and Brian.
he don't really want to talk about that
What you
because
did
this
to
is
these men, Juicy? They don't want to mess with you right now because they love your link above everybody
no.
else's.
Again, Castro. Look, I think his baskets was great. Brian said something that was interesting last week because we say the same thing to Brian. So Brian has experienced something with his family that we've been saying to him. So Brian don't like a lot of confusion and a whole lot of stuff, but Brian is trying to tell somebody something and they're not quite listening to him. And then he's kind of frustrated because of that. And so I'm like, my, that sounds very familiar. And so Brian don't like that. So that's why he ain't coming up here because he might have to say, Jay Wilson, you're right. But my thing is just listen to the message. The message might be right. Even though you may not like the messenger, listen to the message because anything I've told you, Brian, has been dead on. It has been spot on. Now you may not like it, but it's been spot on. So I'm just saying. So, but you know how people get, you know.
Yeah, Brian is sensitive.
And he did
He
admit that he
knows.
want to get his lick back. Now he'll tell you he don't want to get his
Oh
lick
yeah,
back,
he will.
but he does
No,
want to
yeah,
get his
the
lick back.
Sagittarius is good for their lick back. I
Mm-hmm.
I now that I realize Brian and Queen Tracy are Sagittarius, I could deal with them better. See, like you're the sign of my oldest daughter, and Brian and Tracy, they're the sign of Nyla. They get their lick back. And Nyla's like, if I step on Nyla's shoe by accident, it's only because she's right up under me. She would tell me, like, you know how somebody tap you on and make you wait? She
Mm-hmm.
would do that and then step back on my feet. Then she want to continue walking. But if I don't let her step back on my feet, it's gonna be a problem, a whole meltdown. So
That's
them,
Brian right there. If you don't let him step
yeah,
back on your feet, then it's gonna be a problem.
they gotta get their lick
And
back
I don't let
right
people
then
step
and
on my
there.
feet. So you know how it is. Brian will hold a grudge and he'll act like everything okay. And then he'll say, I got my lick back. You know that's how he is. But you gotta love him in Jesus' name.
Brian is hilarious to me though. He's funny. But
So
yeah,
who got a basket? Baby, all of these are the Arkansas people. Baby, Castro's clientele is very regional, honey. He has old nasty regional clientele. Okay? His clientele
yeah,
is
and
very
he
regional.
gonna build on that. I'm pretty sure he could build on that. But yeah, Castro, because I remember putting the Valentine bash, I was like, oh, those are nice.
Oh yes,
And he
baby.
sold out quick,
Castro be
baby. He
working on
sold
them
out quick.
baskets, baby. He be working
And
on
it
them
works
quick,
for
but
his
yeah.
town though. It works for his town. So like in New York City, those people, I don't think they charge as much as Castro, and that's New York City. So that just goes to the talent of his works. You know what I'm
Let me tell you
saying?
something. If Castro had them baskets in San Antonio, baby, these Mexican people will buy all of them. I'm telling you, they love a good nasty piece. Let me tell you something. They love buying stuff from street vendors here in San Antonio. I don't know if it reminds them of Mexico. I don't know. But baby, people be selling flowers
Yeah, but no,
and
that's what they do in Mexico. They have a lot of street vendors. That's what I'm saying. So it
Mhm.
depends on like where you're at and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
but Castro said
and
he did sell out all of the baskets.
yeah, and he do a good job with them. So I ain't mad at it. He found his flavor. He did. Not everybody could do that, you know.
Lord Jesus, he go Hershey being messy, talking about something doesn't care packaging included inside the basket. Stop. It's good to see Catherine Powell. She is off her lint. Come on, Catherine.
Is this the day to be overlooked? Because other people was confused. So I'm
No,
confused
this is
too.
the day, baby. Jesus got up on the third day.
Oh, okay. Oh
That's
yeah,
why you
yeah, yeah.
got
That's
lint.
true. That's true.
Yeah, baby. That's why you got lint.
That's true.
But yeah, a lot of people are coming back from lint. I do now. Hey, so uppity. So Ness came
But
over
Catherine
here.
started late though. She did start late. She started like a week late. the people had to remind her she was supposed to be on land. You know.
Okay, but look, Ness came over and we had a really good conversation. So I don't know if you saw that, but that was this
No, I'm not
morning.
gonna be fake like her. I did see the live. I found it hilarious.
Why did
I
you
didn't
find it
see her live
hilarious?
because I'm not being fake. So I really don't even watch. You know, you don't want to aggravate your soul. You just don't aggravate it, right?
But now she
So
sent me the links, and the guy who she's watching is very conservative. I can get with him on some things, but some things I can't get with him on. But she's watching him, and I've watched him before, so she is watching some people on YouTube. But again, why do you think it's fake again? Because I,
I can tell you what I thought was fake because when first of all, when to me, maybe it's just me, maybe it's a preference thing. Like when I'm new to a certain situation and I don't have all the
Mhm.
knowledge, I'm just new here, and I'm just eager for knowledge. I'm not gonna sit here and argue nobody down. I'm not gonna how you say it, because I didn't watch her live, but I heard that she was trying to get bash gay people, which is weird to me. But I never believed she was gay from the start. I think that was making her money. And just from me talking to her from behind the scenes, that's why I felt she was fake. I have seen her, she can't do it with me no more. And she knows when she did that behavior, that's what made me realize. That's when everything started to click for me. Oh, this girl
But
is
I have a
really
question, Uppity. What if she
this.
is really not playing? And my thing is this. This is why I go back to people again, because at the end of the day, I always say that if it's not a God, it's going to come to naught. But if it's God, you
I
could
know,
be very
Juicy, but
well
can I
fighting
finish
against
this
God.
statement? Can I just say this real quick? And maybe
Okay.
you might understand my train of thought. I have
Mm-hmm.
seen this girl be on links when I was talking to her, be on links
Mm-hmm.
and want to be sisters or brothers with somebody, whatever, sister, brother, whatever, somebody, and talk about how they're going to do work in the future. And then, and this could be somebody that I'm cool with, that at the time I was cool with. Then she'll get up for that live, go in IG and message me and say, hey, I know so and so, you let them use your content without striking. Can you please give me um representative privileges so that is she don't want this person to know that they could just they thinking it's normal a relationship between me and them. Like, so can you just give this person, don't let them know that I got representative because I want them to use your lies so I can strike them. So she was doing the same energy when I seen her doing that without the Christianity involved, when she making back up with people, quote unquote, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was giving that energy to me, especially I think you were skirting around the issue because I didn't see her live, but a lot of people were basically saying how she's
Well, what
trying
was
to like
on? Tell me what I was
down the gay
skirting
community.
around now. Tell me what I was
Well,
skirting around.
when you were saying that you don't agree with everything she say, but
I
you just
don't.
gonna work with her from this and that point. But normally when they say anything against the gay community, Juicy, you be on people, but like you don't let them rest.
Well, you know
You be
what
on
though?
them.
You know what though? To be honest, Uppity, I didn't hear that. See, I only heard what she said when she came back. I really have been looking at her a whole lot, but I'm gonna say this, baby, if she's gay, she's gay. And you can say whatever you want to. And again, that's why I say that I don't get upset with that. Like I love Stefan, but me and Stefan don't agree on that. And Stefan
Right.
is not
And shout, who was that lady in your panel? Because I did watch it. Like I said, the lady said
um
that when she came into her Christianity or whatever, she lost family. Right? She
I
was
am
giving like she
enough.
was
It
being
was that's
transparent.
I am enough. I am enough.
Okay,
That's
so that
it.
lady, yeah, so that lady, so she was basically talking about how she lost a lot of people in her religious and real family because of that, but she still hasn't let that stop her from her relationship with God because she know God don't feel no way about her, and that's the truth right there. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I felt like you were skirting around it because she was trying to bring
No,
it
I
up,
was skirting
and then
around
Ness
it.
was
I
playing
wasn't
in
skirting
her
around it.
face. I felt like,
Let me tell you
yeah.
something, Earth Uppity. I wasn't skirting around it. I have been around long enough to know how people are. I have a friend right now that is a minister, and she is anti-gay, but she's gay, and I don't, it's just interesting, but that's how she feels, and we're not as
I
close as
never
we
said
used to
that
be.
no gay people. I just said that only thing I think majority of the gay people, including you in the past, have had with me. But I feel like when people get to know me, they can see. I don't care
But
about
Jeff
what you do in the
Foley said
bedroom. You
Jay
know what I'm
Wilson
saying?
Nathan
But
Ness
my
didn't
problem, no,
speak
no, my
against gay
problem is that I
community.
think that no. Let me just say it clear and plain because I've always stated this. My issue has always been when people feel like because you gay, that don't make you special. Everybody bedroom actions don't matter. I mean, I get it what you're saying, but just me being as a black and a black woman, and I think nobody got it harder. In my opinion, I don't think nobody got it harder than black women. So I don't feel like if I can't get like, let me get my parade first. Let me get my special treatment first, and then I'll go there. But no, I don't feel like I feel like gay people should have equal rights, but they shouldn't have special rights. And I feel like a lot of gay people, they want you to go up in arms, go, oh, you can't say this, you can't say that. And because you're gay. No, 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 I don't feel that way. But that don't mean I hate gay people. I want harm to come to them. I'm
Well,
going to
let me
try to
tell you
do harm to
something.
them.
I'm gonna fight
There's
for
a
my rights,
difference.
right? But let me tell you something. First of all, I'm a black man, and you a black woman, and we all came on this. Well, somebody's great grandparents
And
or great
black
great
women
great.
have it harder. The black community worships black men. Black women
So,
have
but
no
this is
friends.
what I'm saying. But no, I understand with black women. I understand that black women took a brunt for a whole lot of stuff. I've given black women their props, even with keeping the church open. Black men got the right to vote before white women, which made them upset when their racism came out. So I get what you're saying, Uppity. But guess what? People are going to fight for their rights. And as a woman, you should be fighting for your rights. I'm
Yes, you
fighting for
should,
everybody. I'm
Juicy.
fighting for everybody's rights. Because again,
But no,
any
Juicy,
one
I
of
want
us
you to
who's
be clear
missing
about
out,
this.
we all
But
get
Juicy,
those. Go
can I
ahead.
say before you finish, Juicy, can I say this? This is I want you everybody to be understanding of that. See, uppity, I'm a realist, and like I understand that. At the end of the day, like I could say certain things, but I expect people because to me, if you don't do it, self how you call it? What's the word I'm looking for, Juicy? Self preservation is important.
Self-preservation, yeah.
Yeah, self-preservation is important. You have to fight for yourself first. Even they even tell you that as a parent, because they need to be teachers. Some parents are gonna try to put that, like they said, God forbid, if you're on a plane, something go wrong, they have to teach parents. It has to be a real study because most parents' automatic thing is to put it on their kids first. So when you come with certain situation, certain things are embedded in you. So I don't expect Juicy. I don't expect you to understand my I mean, I expect you to probably, try to understand, but you are never going to be more passionate about something that I am because it affects me directly.
But
So
this is the thing. I
everybody
don't have to
should be
disrespect
fighting for their
you.
right first. Yeah.
But look, it ain't no first or second. I don't have to disrespect you to get what I need. You know what I'm saying? Because let me say this, just like you, as a man, as a gay man, and as a black man, I pay damn taxes. And if I want to marry somebody, I have the right because I pay taxes. Okay? So those are some things. I don't need to be getting fired because who I love. No more than you need to get fired because you're a woman. And you may have to take care of your
No, I
children.
don't totally agree with you, but when I'm talking about like people got the rights to what they want, like, because I feel like everybody got the right to be miserable, and to me, and like marriage, it hasn't worked out for people. Like, I don't use my right, and if it was allowed, I would give it to a gay person that I like, hey, you can
But
use
gay
my right
people
to marriage. You know what I'm saying?
organize.
It ain't nothing.
Gay people
But no, I'm
organize.
just saying, like, I've never
But
cared
these
about who
women,
you
let me
marry.
tell you something though. Baby, these women need to stand behind each other and
Right.
rally. But
No, because no, this is what I'm trying to say. This is what my problem because we're talking about different issues. My issue is this. Like, say for instance, I remember when Official Peen stuck up. Oh, I'm gonna have to pull him back. I remember when Official Peen do a live. He came on computer back panel and he said that how he was sleeping with his homegirl, D.O. man. And I said, see, that's a problem for me. I don't like guys like that. And then I said, I don't like if you're gonna be gay and you know a woman, you should tell them. But then they'll be like, oh, I'm putting my life at risk, da this. But then they'll turn around and want straight women to fight when these DO men or unalive them. Because yeah, black women may say some harsh words to you, but for the most part, when it comes to the unaliving of trans or gay men, it's black DL men that are doing it. So it's like they
So
want to
where
deal
does
with
the
these
problem
DL
lie
men
though?
and they
Where
want
does the
to
problem lie?
attack
Who
black
makes
women.
but hold on, who makes the decision to sleep with another man?
The DL men, that's my
Okay then.
problem. And
Okay, okay.
and
But
but
the
no,
DL
hold on,
man,
but you don't
hold on,
understand.
no,
But you
hold
don't
on.
understand.
Let me educate you though. The DL man may not necessarily be the gay man. Because when you don't identify, we don't embrace. See, this is what I'm saying. I am tired of people sleeping with women and don't want to be a part of the community. And so, like, you see these pastors and they sleeping with these people, but they don't identify. To me, they just like people
Right.
in prison. They like people in prison to
But,
me
but
because
that's my point. And a lot of gay men have got upset with me because I feel like this. Don't be asking black women to stand with y'all when you get unalived by these DL men. But meanwhile, you sleep with these DL men, and I'm not saying you got to tell every woman, but I'm saying the ones that you're close to. You would think you give them a heads up. You know what I'm saying? And you could explain the situation how they maybe should go about the knowledge that they have. But he has straight up said that he was having a, a he was how you say paying middle patras like they was having sex, and he was having sex with his friend, and I think that's very fucked up. But a lot of gay men that sleep with these DL men, and I think they are the problem. But at the same token,
I
if
think
a
people
black
who
woman,
sleep with
if a
anybody, man, is a problem, whether you gay, straight,
yeah,
woman,
no, yeah,
or
yeah,
male.
it is, but it's especially crazy because that's the reason why DL men are hiding it because of some women they're not gonna want to be. It's a lot of women. Chira says she wouldn't mind a bisexual man, and there are plenty of women like her. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, just be honest. And but like when you say that, when you know that your friend that's a straight woman would not be dealing with this man if she had any idea that he was bisexual, and for you to be her friend sleeping with her boyfriend and not announce it and then try to hide behind, oh, they can unalive me. What? Because it's because y'all these
But
same gay
I
men
think,
and trans men
uppity though,
will
I understand
physically
what you're.
fight women. Yeah,
But I
that's
understand what
my
you're saying.
problem.
But
That's
uppity,
what I'm talking about, nothing else.
when do we take our responsibility to say, hey, I have some issues. I think there's something wrong here. And I have some issues. There are some questions that you have to ask. And then my thing is, uppity, you know, DL men, again, so let me say this, and I'm glad Rebel is up here. I'm going to let him speak. But if a woman asks me, I'm going to tell her. I'm going to tell her. And if
To go
somebody
for
who
your
I really like and
character.
want to be with,
But
hold
Juicy,
on
I
for a
think
minute.
you're
I'm
not
not done, but
recognizing. I'm
hold
not.
on, uppity. I'm not
Juicy, I
finished.
mean,
Hold on,
Juicy, no,
hold
no,
on,
no,
uppity.
Juicy,
No,
I
no,
need
hold
to because
on.
I'm about to
No,
be in the
no, no, no.
clouds. And
I
okay,
wanna. Let me say this. I'm gonna tell you. But if somebody is ashamed of who they are and don't want to tell you, then are they really a part of the community? Because a lot of people in the community gonna say, "Why are you even trying to holler?" Or I'm bisexual. I have this in the third. Now, if these people and up to you done been in the church, how many gay folk in the church get married? And folk know they gay, and they'll sit there and marry them.
plenty, Juicy. But that's what I'm
Okay,
trying to
then.
say. But see,
So
but
again,
Juicy, can I
that's the black community,
hold
and
on,
I think
because
the
I
black
think you and
community
Rebel
needs to
gonna
be a little bit more
Juicy,
open, so people will feel more
Juicy.
open to
I
tell you.
promise you.
But I don't, huh?
Juicy, I'm sorry. I promise you I'm about to listen to everything because I'm not running from you, Rebel, whatever. But I literally got to return the call. But I just wanted you to understand my point, and I'm really interested in your opinion back. I just want you to understand my full talking point because
Okay.
initially, remember you talking about the marriage and stuff like that. I
Mhm.
said my issue with gay men is this: like, I feel like everybody should be treated equal, whether you're gay, straight, or whatever you got going on. I feel like everybody deserves equal treatment across the board. But what I
Mhm.
come to find out with this gay situation is a lot of gay people, they don't want equal rights, they want special rights. And you don't get to get in the head of the line. Me as a black woman, there's a lot of things
Well,
that
what kind of special
we've been
rights you
dealing with
talking
for
about?
years and we still dealing with.
But what are the
That was
special
my
rights? I
point.
want to be able to marry somebody. That ain't special.
No, no,
That's
no,
because
no,
I'm
no.
a
I'm talking
citizen.
about.
What special rights?
I just gave you the example. That's what we were talking about. Like when they be dealing with these. That was just one example of many. But I just brought up the DL talking point because
But I
that's the
don't think the
famous
DL
one that
man is
gets
a gay
engage
man.
people
I
in their
think a
lives.
DL man. I think a DL man is a man hiding. And again, you can't
Right.
blame the LG. Hold on. You can't blame the LGBTQIA people for that. That's why. That's
The
why
ones that won't
scientists.
tell their friends, yes, I
But hold
can.
on,
If you
uppity.
don't tell your
That's
friend, that's
why
not right.
scientists, uppity, define them now as men sleeping with men. Because you got people in prison who done had a whole relationship with a man. They get out of prison, they ain't gay no more. They go sleep with a woman, even though they didn't know they had that man, but they
Lies,
never
lies. They
identified as gay in the
bisexual.
first place. So why give? Hold on. So why give gay people who don't even want to even be in the community? They may be gay, but they don't
That's why I said
identify
you may
in the
be
community.
misunderstanding my point, but I'm gonna come back, Juicy. I'm gonna come
Okay,
back.
go
I
ahead,
think you
Rebel.
misunderstanding my point. I'll be
I
right
don't know,
back.
bro.
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
I
Hey,
don't know,
Rebel, I'll be
uppity.
back.
Go ahead,
I'll be back.
Rebel. What's going on? Okay.
Hey, Jay,
Hey.
can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, this is hitting home. I was listening in the bushes. So I have a family member. I got my earpiece on, and I don't know if I'm in the underground right now, but my voice is okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this family member of mine started dating this guy
Mm-hmm.
recently. I found out who the guy is, and I remember back in the day, some of the kids used to say he used to have people in the community. I knew this from years ago. We grew up around each other. I've known him since he was when we were both little kids.
Mm-hmm.
So him dating my cousin, I told this to a friend of mine, and she's a straight lady. She's into church and everything, and she was like, I think you should, God's telling me you should tell her about him. And I said, I don't think it's my place. Now, this is not, me and this cousin are not first cousins. She's my second cousin. We don't talk on the phone much, but when I see her at family functions, we're good. I don't feel it's my place to go to her and tell her something that people told me, because I've been in situations where you as a gay person insert yourself in stuff like that. You become the villain. People, because that woman is going to stay with that man. I'm the gay person coming. What the guy will do is reverse that and say, that dude, he must want me. He lying on me. Wait, he didn't see me do it. I know the people that told me this didn't know that this guy 15, 20 years, 20, 30 years from now is going to be dating my cousin. We knew about this as children that he messed around. But I don't think it's my place to go to her and say, hey, some people told me that, they messed around. He messed around with someone that they knew back in the days. I think I should shut the hell up and just stand on the side and see how it plays out. Jay?
Okay. I don't know, Rebel. That's really interesting. I don't think it's my place to tell her directly, but I'm like, look, I want you to be very careful. And I don't want you to have unprotected sex. I want you to go to that clinic and get some prep. And I want you to use condoms. Okay? That's what I want you to do. Well, why? I can't tell you, but I want you to be safe with all of your partners. All of your partners. Be safe with everybody. I'm telling you
No,
this
we've
for a
had that
reason.
conversation, Jay. We've
Okay,
had
all
that
right. Well, let me tell you
conversation,
something.
but
If
not
you had
about
that,
this particular person. But I've said it to my cousins, y'all. These dudes out here, they be living double lives. Y'all be
let me
careful.
tell
And
you
she was
something.
one of the
Rebel,
cousins that was there when I
I would,
said that.
I would go to her and emphasize that again. Look, you know that as your cousin, as somebody who's in the community, I want to make sure that I emphasize that y'all stay safe, because we living in Houston, and baby, STDs and HIV is way up in Houston. So I want you all to be very, very careful. And I mean, whether you with somebody now, in the future, you have to protect yourself. Make sure you get on that prep and get them condoms, because you just never know what's going to happen. Now, Rebel, once you did that, I'm gone. It's done. It's
Larry,
done.
Larry. But Jay, this is Jay. I'm calling you. You go my friend's name. The thing is, I was in a position before where a woman saw her boyfriend feeling on me when I was
We
knocked
know.
out and I was drunk. She saw him touching on me, and I was like 15, 16 at the time. Do you not know the next day She asked me, now keep in mind, one of my best friends that's been on YouTube, and she could verify the story. She watched him filling me up while I was asleep. When I woke up the next morning, she asked me to go home. I called my friend and say, hey, what's up with your sister? She told me to go home today when she asked me to come over and hang out with y'all. She said she didn't tell you that her boyfriend was filling on you and she saw him. And do you not know, Jay, she did not like me for probably 10 years after that. But she stayed with him until he left her for another guy and moved into the same apartment. She was pissed at me.
See, and this is why, but let me say this. It's not only gay men, it's straight women and straight men as well. Whenever you are the messenger, people always look at you crazy. And sometimes, because let me tell you, it's a very, very delicate dance. If you don't say nothing and you knew, then the people going to say you knew and you didn't say nothing about this.
But she's been with the guy for at least 6 months to a year.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, Rebel. But what I'm trying to say is that's what you can get. You was with this person and you knew, so it's a delicate dance. But my thing is, if I have given you those hints, look, didn't I tell you that you need to get prepped and you need to get condoms and be very careful? I told you that for a reason. It's not my place to tell you about your man. This is your man. You sleep with him. And again, I've been in too many situations where I was the bad guy. I was the bad person at the end of the day. So I gave you this because I wanted you to know, and that was me kind of telling you. But again, it's not my place to do that. And I agree with you. It is really, really not your place. Now let me tell you this though. Now, if it was my immediate family, oh, I'm on that. I'm on that.
Okay.
I am on
and
that.
I'm glad to hear your personal preference because I had to step away to make a phone call.
Hold on for a minute. Hey, Lolo. I want to say hey to Lolo.
Happy Resurrection Day
Thank
to
you.
He is risen.
Go ahead, Uppity, and then I want to hear from Lolo.
Love. Go ahead, Uppity. Baby.
Not a problem. Yes, so I'm assuming based on your response that, because I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to ignore you, but I had to step away for a call. So Rebel thing, it wasn't you don't own it, and I get that, and I don't want anybody to get too far away from the point that I'm making, and I'm totally in agreement with, and I think that's where the problem breaks down for me, because there are some Black women, like I see in the chat right now, understand, oh, you didn't got to do it, you didn't got, but I don't have to either. So therefore, just like you ain't got to make me aware of certain situations, I don't got to put myself out there trying to be a martyr for you. Okay,
let me say this. Let me give you an example. I hear you, and then I'm gonna let Lolo come in. Let me say this. If I knew that there were men in other sectors with the plan of making Black women in the beef sector look crazy, I'm going to say, hey, be careful because this, and the third is happening. And then if it happens to you, it's not like I didn't give you any warning. But my thing is, you got to think and say, okay, what's really going on here? And maybe I need to follow suit. And I'm just saying that in general because sometimes, let me say this. How many times I done told people that I didn't like somebody touching their titty or did this, and baby, then the next thing you know, you ain't my daddy and all of this stuff. And then at the end of the day, we found out I was exactly right what was going on. But see, you get tired of getting slapped up in the face when you're really trying to help people you concern, but they so much in love that they can't see it because they so much in love. And then you jealous or you trying to be my daddy. And then, you see the play. You seen it happen to other people. So
Juicy, you are absolutely correct. And like I told you the other day when I was in your panel, a lot of people like to go back and forth with you because they know you're not a person that of a bad character that's going to try to dox them and do this. And, like even when it's done to you, you have had self-past and your rights and moral thing. You know what I'm saying? You're not a fool. You're going to protect yourself, but at the end of the day, that's not your first go-to. So I'm not disacknowledging that, but I would say, just like I tell other women, like we have to use discernment. Just because because Black women, they don't do that. They could get scorned by men. I don't care if they're gay or not. Plenty of times. but let a black woman do it once. So that was my purpose of talking about that. So that's
Well,
why I said
well,
this is
well, let
something
me
I have
say
to deal
this.
with as a black woman in the
I agree
community.
with you. Hold on. Let Lolo is sitting right up here. How many folk got mad with Lolo when Lolo was getting paid? But yet men be getting paid all the time. Nobody was saying that when them women was making it rain for the men. But I don't blame Lolo. If I'm sitting up here taking the hit from you, you gonna give me some coin too. And I ain't mad at Lolo. I'm like, go ahead, take the money, go, take the money, go. I'm not mad at Lolo. And I
Wait,
like, let me tell you something, baby.
whose money
Lolo
am
don't
I
know
taking?
nothing. Lolo don't see nothing. Lolo don't know nothing until Lolo need to know something. See, that's what I like about Lolo, because Lolo don't know. Lolo, I don't know nothing. Lolo, you see, I ain't seen
Mm-mm.
nothing.
No,
I ain't seen nothing.
I ain't
But then when
watching. I
Lolo
ain't
get
getting
mad,
in it.
baby, Lolo
You
done
telling
seen
me?
everything. Go ahead, Lolo. I want to hear from Lolo. Go ahead,
You
Lolo.
so bad. You so bad. I try to stay out of everything if I can help it. Now, if I see it and I feel like it's worth speaking on right then and there, then I'm gonna address it. But for the most part, I step right on out of it. I got my own journey to go on, and I can't take on nobody else's problems.
Lolo,
Hmm.
how you doing?
I'm hanging in there. It's
Okay, Lolo, let me tell you something,
rough.
Lolo.
Hmm.
So, Lolo, let me tell you something. I like you, Lolo, and you know I like you.
I love you too.
I love you. But Lolo, sometimes you be making me mad. Can
I
I tell you
know.
why you be making me mad?
Hmm.
Baby, why you be talking to these people? Because, baby, these people diabolical. These people are diabolical. And you know it ain't no friends on YouTube, Lolo.
I
And I keep
know.
on telling you that, Lolo. And you know what? Because I can really say I like you. Lolo, people who really like you ain't trying to find all your business. You know,
True.
they ain't trying to be doing all of this stuff. And Lolo, what bothers me, and Lolo, you ain't dumb. Because you get some information. Now, Lolo, you came back like a nasty piece of Katrina, come on. Come on, here comes the hurricane, bitch. Katrina, cow, pow. You came in like that. Now, you gave me some of that, Lolo. But the thing is, I've heard you say that I talked to this person behind the scene with this person, and I'm like, oh my God, Lolo, what did you say? Or what conversation did you have? Because these people, they are information gatherers, they are information collectors. And then
Right.
what they want to do is your conversation that you had that could be really a serious moment for you
Hmm.
is fodder and clicks and views, and this is
For
what she
other
said,
people.
and these are the receipts for me. And,
Right.
and and my thing is, when I hear you say that I was behind the scenes with this person, it always gives me pause. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are this. When I say behind the scenes, it's not like I'm sneaking behind the scenes. I talk to people all the time. And I feel like, I'm very transparent. Y'all know that about me. I don't say anything that I'm worried about anybody hearing, because I don't
Mm-hmm.
get behind the scenes and be dogging uppity out or talking about. I ain't got time for that. We getting older. I ain't got that time. Tomorrow's not promised. I'm trying to go back to the Lord. I ain't got time. I'm actually trying to not go back to, learn Him in a way that is just myself, without mama taking
Mm-hmm.
me to church, without
Mm-hmm.
me taking kids to church, just for me and myself. So when
So,
I
what do
say
you think about Ness's transformation?
I think that everybody has the right to choose what,
Mm-hmm.
how, and where and why they worship. That's
Mm-hmm.
their business. I'm proud of anybody who wants to make a change for the better.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if that's her role, then that's her role. I'm going down my road. I'm in my Bible. I was
Mm-hmm.
at church this morning. I mean, everybody has a journey, and it starts at different time for people.
Yes, I agree. I
I
agree.
mean,
And let me say this, everybody is
mhm,
at different levels. And
right,
I've learned too that, everybody is not at certain levels. So you got to just thank God that people, one thing that Ness did say that I can agree with, because some of the stuff she says is a little problematic for me, but that's me. That's me,
right.
But one thing she did say is, I do know that Jay Wilson loves God and he loves Jesus, and that's a common ground.
Mhm,
And that's a common ground. That's a common
right,
ground.
right.
People are
But
still grappling with the
but the thing
sexuality
is put
situation.
about her and why, especially
Mhm.
with the envy situation that R and Y is in, and then it seems like Ness is kind of leaning on. I think she feels that. Well, I'm not gonna use her so much as to say like Is R&Y still giving that churchy lady credit that people think she's giving?
I don't know.
I think,
I
let me
don't
say this.
judge
You
her.
know what though? I think R&Y will come out as a smart person. Churchy don't mean stupid. Churchy
Right.
don't mean that you don't know how to operate. Let me tell you something. I'm churchy, but because
Yeah.
I have been raised in church, I know the mess because the church is messy too. Now,
Hmm.
the body of Christ is the body of Christ. I'm glad my relationship with is God and not the organized church in a sense. But you know, I learned how to cuss in church because I saw somebody cussing somebody out in church.
Yeah.
I'm serious. It was this lady. She was dating
Some
this
church
man.
words are okay. Just ask Sir William. Sir Williams will let you know every church word that is okay, and he will
Is
let
that?
you
Do
know
I
about
hear
on his
pigs?
live.
Is somebody feeding a pig?
Here you go. No, that's not me.
Girl, is
Somebody else
somebody
is
in Smithfield at Guadney Ham? What,
Ain't
baby?
nobody
What?
in my house. I look. What y'all hear? Oh, I hear it.
Okay, I thought somebody was feeding a pig or somebody. Is somebody at Guadney Farms over there in Smithfield?
No, I
Baby,
was
they're
saying like
bacon
you, but I was just
castle.
saying like there are certain curse words that are okay in the Bible. I'm not gonna repeat it here because I don't know if YouTube is okay with
But what
it.
are the
But they
curse words?
say
Because
curse
again,
words.
those are ancient words. And then how long ago that Bible was written. So again, you all, I don't lose sleep over those things. Some people do lose sleep over those things. When people say, excuse me, I'm like, you don't have to say nothing because of me. Now, I don't try to do a whole lot of cursing in my real life. Entertainment is different. But in my real life, I can use more intelligent words than that. But again, I'm on YouTube and sometimes, for the rating and views, you're going to do what you got to do. But I don't feel any less saved when I leave YouTube. And I know people say, well, I don't know how you say that because I choose YouTube to be just like my comedy platform, just like a talk show platform, like Jennifer Hudson and Cheryl Underwood and Bruce. And once it's gone, it's gone. But some people really feel that YouTube is their life. And so that's why they get wrapped up
Yeah.
into it. I'm not that type of person. I always told y'all I came here for my money. If they stop paying me for YouTube, you ain't seeing me no more.
Yeah. Yeah. I just step back. I'm slowly stepping away.
Say that you did say that, but see me, I have YouTube as a form of like everybody say for different reason. As long as it's working for you and not against you, that's the only thing I can say. But there are some people that validation is definitely caught up in this. That's how they get caught up in a lot of situations. See, the only situation I get caught up in is people try to humble me, and as you can see, it hasn't worked yet.
Well, I
I don't
know when
rise
people
above.
trying to throw shade, because as a gay man, I know what shade look like. I done thrown it and so on and so forth. But again, it is what it is because that's part of the entertainment. Baby, they say my face done wrinkled. Baby, they said I got 50,000 creases in my face and I'm looking like a prune. But baby, I'm with a prune with my man and we good. Long as that man like that prune, because baby, prunes are sweet, baby, and they keep you regular. Ha,
Uh,
you better ask somebody. Okay, prunes are very healthy. So anyway, but does that bother me?
Okay.
Hell,
God.
hell
To me,
no,
when you
that
said
don't
shade,
bother
that I
me.
definitely
Because let me
wasn't
tell
trying to
you
throw
something.
shade.
I am 56 years old. I am 4 years from 60. And half of these
Okay.
helpers looking like they are 70 years old and they in their 20s. Come on now.
Yeah, you got a point there. I'm getting older. Either take me as I am or don't take me. And at this right
Okay.
now, I'm not even looking to be taken. I'm just staying out the way and trying to
But you
find my
can't
way.
call me ugly. You can't call me ugly. Now you can say you look like a prune, but I'm a good looking prune. Okay? Baby,
Oh,
I'm the best looking prune on the lot. Okay, you can't say I'm ugly.
Well,
And people don't like
I'm sure
that.
you
But
never
let me
talked
tell you
about your
something.
look.
Baby, let me tell you something. Baby, you better know who you are. You
Mhm.
hear me? I done met
okay.
Rebel. I met Rebel in person. Rebel is not a bad looking person.
Rebel
Rebel
is
is an intelligent
handsome.
person. I know what Rebel does for a living, and Rebel ain't mopping no floors.
Okay, I've
Rebel
been
ain't
trying to
mopping no
marry Rebel.
floors.
I've been trying to marry him for years, and he just won't take
You
me.
know what?
Well, see, but see,
But but what if I did?
I
What if
met
I
you
was
before
a
I was in
person?
real life.
But
I'm
would
sorry,
that
go ahead.
diminish who I am? Would that make me less of a person? What if I worked at a fast food place or if
No,
I was
it
a
doesn't.
janitor?
It
You
doesn't.
know, it's like
Mm-mm.
I think that people, but
But you don't
to
work
me
at
to
no
say
fast
that,
food place, Rebel. And let me
no,
tell you
I
something. If
don't.
I need, look. If I need a little help, I know you got a little change. Okay, that's all I'm saying. It makes it a little cuter.
Rebel,
Okay.
come on,
So you
McDonald's
don't
I'm
have to
time.
work.
serious,
Come
Look,
on.
Jay.
Rebel.
I'm
You
a
don't have
guy.
to work. Look, you don't have to work extra hours flipping them burgers. Okay. Mhm.
Jay, I was in Fredericksburg this past weekend, So
Okay.
we went there and we were riding our bikes in the hill country. Beautiful. Jay, we had a cabin. Deer are every damn where
Stop
there.
Oh,
mentioning them
You
cabins, baby, because Castro in here now, it gets a little sensitive when you say cabins.
Oh
Let me stop.
my
That's messy.
God,
Oh,
today.
that was messy. Let me stop because Castro just had his, he just sold all his baskets out. Let me stop messing with Castro. Go
uh-uh.
ahead, brother.
But it was
he's a
nice.
hustler
But
by he's a hustler by
you know,
choice,
but
not by force, because he got a nice body, and
I
I'm pretty sure.
I
But
say
anyway,
this about DL. Let me say this about DL men. We as gay men are the ones that are going to be thrown under the bus. I have went to people in the past and said something about dudes. It never. What it was they reversed it and made it like you. They make it like you have ulterior motives. And a guy
Yeah.
will say, man, that F word was looking at me, man. I don't like dudes like that. Why you saying that? Man, they will lie and they will start doing something differently so you don't catch them the next time. You got to be careful with that.
Mm,
These men are a mess. They a mess out here.
no.
true.
And Rebel, I can believe that. Only thing I was asking, because only thing I can know is my personal life experience, and my personal life experience that hasn't been a thing. But I have seen stories online, and the closest that I have got to it being personal to me is when ODS said a story about how he was sleeping with one of his homegirl's boyfriends, and he used the same excuse you did. But I'm like, if it's your homegirl, why would if you can't tell? Because if you look at the opposite side, when these DL men be unaliving the gay men, because it's not women, they have
But
a lot of vitriol
can
for
I say
black
this
women,
uppity?
especially.
I have a problem that he would sleep with somebody's man. See, that's the problem. See, now I can't say nothing, but if my best friend man came to me and I'll be like, because this ain't no as we lay moment with Shirley Murdoch.
Okay, that
Child, I
part.
have
No,
had it happen.
no, we can't do that. But this is the
Ain't no
thing.
Yeah.
shame in
This is the
them.
thing. I can't be. We can't hang no more. Or and when your
No,
girl
I
asked
get
me,
you, but you keep telling me, it's a moral thing. But like I said, if I was talking, if that conversation is about another woman sleeping
but
with
that's
another man,
ODS.
they could
Everybody
be
ain't
live all day.
ODS.
But they got
Everybody ain't
mad at me and
ODS
said
uppity
that
though.
I shouldn't
But
say
like I
nothing because it
said,
was a gay man.
uppity
That's
though. Everybody
weird.
ain't ODS though, and you got to take that on a gay man per gay man basis. Everybody ain't ODS. Now I know that some gay men will leave you if you ride with them and they get a date. You may get left.
Okay.
Okay, girl, you may get
Yeah.
left now. I can say that I've seen that happen a lot. Okay, it's very few gay men that said if we came together, we leaving together. That ain't the gay rule book, baby. Okay, you got some extra money just in case.
But
You
see,
got some
like
extra
I
money
said,
just
that's
in
an
case.
argument point I didn't make. But
Baby.
that's my point. I'm using ODS because it's something that everybody know about that happened. But I'm just saying, I see these stories online, and I see a lot of black women going ham when black women don't want to support. Like, oh, if something happened with a gay man getting unalive because he was dealing with a DL man, and gay men and their supporters, including black women, will attack you for saying, "Oh, how you not being so much supporter?" But if a gay man know about a DL man, they want to not give information for whatever reason. Maybe it's the peace in their life,
I got a
safety
question for
issue,
you,
whatever
old. I
it
mean,
is.
but I
They
got a
get
real
more
question
support
for
from
you.
black women than
I
we do.
I got you. I got a question for you. So, what do you do with the straight women who found out that man was DL and they confronted them and they unalived them? What do you do with that? Because a lot of women have now confronted their men and
Yeah,
they ain't no longer to
yeah.
talk to us
Yes,
because their men are
I know,
unalived
and
them.
then that's a whole other stuff. And I do feel like
Yeah.
because
A
that has
lot
to
of
do with
men
mental.
knew.
I
Hold
feel like
on.
you
Let me
should
give you another
never.
example of it. Let me give you another example
Can
of
I
it.
answer
Uh,
before you give me another
well,
example? My
but
my
no,
my,
no.
my advice would be don't confront
This
them.
this is in conjunction with this. There are a lot of men who know that these women trans already. This just didn't happen, but they got caught,
I
and
believe
so
that. I
now,
don't believe they was confused. I don't
okay,
believe they was confused.
okay. Okay, let me
Well,
tell you
you
something,
know, these
uppity. Let me
guys
tell you
are
something.
they
There
done it.
are a lot of women who suspect their husband gay. They suspect it, but you know what? They're too scared to confront it because I have talked to women saying, "Well, he does some things," and I because they come and ask me, and so my thing is, there are some women who already know. If you think your
Yeah.
mama don't know, your mama know already. She know. She
Mm,
know.
I
Your
ain't
mama
know
know,
that.
and your grandmama know,
Well, I mean, I knew
and your
my
aunties
son,
know.
so I knew
All of
myself
them.
Not
from
mine,
5.
because if they suspected you a rap, you know what I'm saying? Not in my family, because in my opinion, because the way it's coming out these days, like to me, it's like you buy until you prove you actually straight. That's how you got to handle these guys,
Well,
you
this is the
know?
thing, but you saying not my family, and the people who have the most strictest family have the biggest freaks. I'm
Okay.
telling you. The people who
Yeah.
talking about, and not in my family, like what Jennifer Hudson did at that when they had that pie eating competition
No, when
over
I
there.
say not in my family, the
She
women have
said
self
no
awareness. They're not gonna
homosexual.
just like
She
you
said
said
not my
that women.
family,
Hold
Jesus.
on,
Go
Juicy.
ahead.
I can say that because I can say not in my family just because of the examples you was giving. That doesn't apply. Like we have examples of self awareness. If you say or do like, there's no way of telling them nothing like that. But like I said, most people they're gonna. If you got common sense, you're gonna treat them like they buy until they prove they straight. So
Okay.
when you get the hints, sometimes it might be an over exaggerated hint. Maybe it's a profile, but they're more than likely to believe that profile than to ignore the sign that you might
Lovely, you
possibly
got gay people
dissect
in
them.
your family, girl. I hate to say it. It's somewhere
I
in your
know I
family. You
got
got
gay people in
somebody.
my family,
Okay.
but they're openly gay. They openly gay.
Okay.
I do
Well,
have
no,
gay people in my
there's some
family.
there's some ones in the closet too. They just don't want nobody to know.
Well, I wouldn't be
Trust
in
me.
any
Okay.
sexual business like that. They my family, but I'm just talking about. I
That's why
wasn't
you
talking
don't
about
know then,
family
uppity.
wise. I
That's
was
why
just
you
talking
don't
about.
know. That's why you don't know. But let me say this.
Look,
Now, uppity, now what's her name? Lolo live in Virginia. Let me
No,
tell
I
y'all
said you
something.
said the women in my
Mhm.
family are dating gay men. I don't believe that
No, no, no,
because the
no,
women
no.
in my
I'm not
family
saying
were
no,
not a
no, no,
North
no, 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 no,
sign.
no. I'm saying that you got gay
Yeah.
people in your family that may not know.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
I
know
know
who the
I got
women
gay
in your
people in my
family
family.
dating.
They out and proud about it, and we love them. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. How many Caribbean men gay and you would never know because it's so hush hush. Baby, it's so many people from
Well, they lie
Jamaica
about that
and
too.
Barbados.
Caribbean men also say that they don't eat coochie, and if you date a Caribbean
Oh
man, you know for
Jesus.
the most part that's not true. So I'm
Okay.
just saying, like everybody say things, but you got to
Okay,
have to
baby.
use your discernment.
They say that?
Okay.
Oh, I definitely can't date out.
oh,
Wait, what?
let me.
That's
Jay,
a
I
rumor, but it's
wanted.
not true. It's
Oh,
not
can
true.
I say this
Oh.
again? Can I say this again? This is a PSA, and I'm gonna let Rebel say what he got to say. This is a PSA, and I want to get this PSA. They have been finding that women and men have been getting throat cancer, and they don't smoke, and they wondering why these people getting smoke cancer. I mean, they getting cancer of the throat, and they don't smoke. A lot of people
HPV.
have been sucking bad dick and eat
Oh,
bad
Oh my God.
poo-la-la,
Ooh, see,
and that
that's why uppity
Uh-uh.
don't
HPV is
do
all up in their throat.
that.
Be
yeah.
very careful.
Yeah,
No,
be
you're
That's
right.
careful.
why I'm
I
I
had
mean,
that.
celibate. I'm
first of all,
celibate.
can I
I
acknowledge
am
this shit?
now.
So somebody said my family knew they know I'm not
Going
loose.
a whole week.
Absolutely not. Like, you know what I'm saying? I could count. I don't need all my fingers to count my sexual partners. I am very paranoid about STDs. You know what I'm saying? I test myself and I make them get tested, whether in a relationship or not. I don't give a fuck. I believe science more than any motherfucking thing. And
Okay,
I
uppity.
don't trust no man as far as I can see him. So I take 6 months checkup and you do too, bitch. If we gonna be together, especially if we got
Uh-uh.
kids together, I need to see your health update anyway. You damn sure going to the doctor. I'm damn sure going to be able to witness that paperwork. I'll show mine. I got all my paperwork going back to the day I started having sex. I ain't never had so much as a cold downstairs. So ain't nobody believe in my family. I'm loose hoe. And as far as the giving the head thing, I barely like to kiss. I don't want to kiss any guy. I like men that are choosy lovers.
I
I
bet
like
that's a big
choosy. I don't
letdown
like
for
that. I don't
them.
like nobody with a roster like that. I'll mute.
Well, okay. Well, what
Oh,
y'all think about this throat cancer thing? Because it's really happening, though, and this is no,
I
this
had
is
it.
no shade. Go ahead.
I had throat cancer. Remember, I had it in my tonsil. So I had to have that radical tonsillectomy. I had cancer in my tonsil. It was from HPV. I think HPV 16 or something. Rebel, am I right? Um,
that sounds about right, but that ain't my ministry, buddy. I don't.
Girl, okay
you
then.
want to
No,
know?
no, but that
But,
is no, no. But let me say
so
this: it's
I got
common.
look. You
That's
don't
very
have
common.
you don't have your tonsils no more.
I don't have one. I wish they
Oh,
would have just took the other one, but I guess they need it for whatever. But I ain't, I wasn't wild. Oh, look at you, handsome prune.
Oh, you they took it out. It probably was infected. They threw it away. It's
No,
okay.
Uh-uh.
it's still back
But you
there.
do come from the swinger lifestyle, so it's all right.
It's
That's probably what
this
happened.
no, it's back there, and I haven't been swinging since what 15 years. And when they do that, when you get checked, they check everything, and ain't nothing else in no way around here. But that's where it landed, and that
baby, that thing must have been big and hit your throat like that.
you know
Girl,
what, you
you know
know
what?
what. You know
No,
what?
I always every time I say something, people automatically get offended. I don't know what it is about my delivery, but no, I was just
Yeah,
saying in your sweeter
yeah.
lifestyle. I'm assuming that. Well, no, I
That
didn't
you
say.
assuming that
I'm
I
just
was
a
running
blunt person.
around
I'm
just
just a blunt
slobbing on
person.
everybody. You thought I was just running around slobbing on everybody.
I don't know what they do on Swingers Club, but I'm
Oh
just saying, like,
Lord.
it probably happened in that day. You took it out, so you're good now. I don't believe you're doing it to this day. You didn't
And
say you was.
no, no. Plus, I didn't go to that many clubs. I was in a when I say I was in a club, I was in a I guess you can call it a family, if you will, of about 20 people that were all tested, all everything, but it was something I don't know. I don't know when I got it, but that we were always
Oh,
tested once a
it's
month.
no shade in that. You know, a lot of people like to tell me because I feel like if me giving a guy fellatio, that's something that should be on special occasion only because of my mistrust. Like I don't know what the fuck you're
Why
doing.
are you
And,
so
you
Girl,
know what
on
I'm saying?
Christmas,
disrespectful?
on
No, I'm
Christmas.
just saying, like in general, I feel like that should be a special pleaser because number one, I don't get nothing out of that, but a lot of chance to get contract some type of shit, you know, wherever it may be. So I'm just saying, everybody's different. You got to write it because people like to tell me, oh, if you don't do this amount of fellatio, you gonna keep a man. I was like, yeah. So are you on your thing? Are you on that first man that you ever had? And they shut the hell up. So everybody got to deal with different things. I've
Well,
done
I
it. Like
think it's
we
a
all done things that's
PSA, and I
stupid, you
think
know. Okay.
if people would think about it before they do it, knowing that this is happening, and I think
Man,
now let me say this too. There are certain areas you got to be careful. Like Houston now is just it's a lot going on in Houston.
I heard.
If you were in Virginia and Norfolk, baby, you got a whole Navy base, baby. People be all over the world, baby. You can get some from Hong Kong. You
Yeah.
just got to be. You get,
Texas State, y'all got a higher TDA than Atlanta. Oh my God. I would have my JJ sewn up before I sleep with any man out there. Did y'all see the STD race? Like you gotta
Yeah,
research
but
these
now, but let me
things.
say this, Uppity. You in New York, and New York is the melting pot, and you got people
Yeah.
from all
But y'all
over
got
the
a
world
higher rate
coming to
than New
New
York
York.
because
That's
we
ground
way bigger than
zero.
y'all. We way bigger than y'all. And you got a higher rate, just like
And that's what
Atlanta.
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
you right.
So again, you got to be very careful because again, they traced a lot of the HIV to Fire Island because they had a party out there, and a lot of those people were Fire Island, New York, and then of course everybody go to Fire Island. Then you go to back to San Francisco, you go back to your little small hometown,
Yeah, and
and
I
the
want
next
to
thing you
go
know,
there, but I'm
spread.
not going to visit their buffet. I actually want to go to Fire Island. I think the scenery is beautiful, but I do know they call it like the slash gay island. I'm not saying that SD coming. I'm just saying like it's a
No, it
high
is.
rate.
It
Like
is.
let's go to
Fire
Rochester, New
Island,
York.
Providence Town,
Rochester, New York got a
Massachusetts.
higher STD rate than New York City, and they small as hell. So
But you got to
compared to Houston,
realize
they
that a
probably
lot of
crazy.
people live there. But like I said, Uppity, you got a lot of people. There are a lot of places. Key West is one place. In Texas, you got Austin. Austin is big, and they got pockets. But you know, there are a lot of places where they congregate. A lot of people congregate. But my thing is, again, this is where it gets back to what Rebel is saying. You know, there are people who, for some reason, they will play, but they don't identify. They play, but they don't identify. And
Yeah.
I think that's where women get pissed off
That's true.
because
That's true.
you,
No, that's
you need
true.
to.
And I think it's unfortunate. Like they got to tell their doctors the truth of what type of sexual encounters they have been having, and so they probably because you know when it comes to census, they have to mark it under a certain thing. Like when I used to live when I used to live in another borough, and I participated because they wanted to speak to black because they were trying to understand how they was doing like different testing in different cities, and they were trying to understand like the spike in the House of Virginia with black women. So they wanted different type of women. So we had women there that were born with it. We had women that date men that been in and out of jail, which is something that you meant. And we had
Mhm.
women that was low risk like me. So they basically did like a whole study. So there are studies going on. But unfortunately, it's not that many studies going on to deal with like the black community. We
Well, they're
will get
not.
it.
Look who's in administration. They don't care if you live or die now. So
But
a
that's
lot of
been
things have
happening
been
though
cut.
with any demonstration. We need more black people to research. That's the
No, no,
bottom
no, no,
line.
Uppity. Let me
And they
say this,
need to
girl.
fund it.
Uppity, I love you down, but this administration don't give a damn. I'm just sorry, and that's the truth, because you don't
Right,
cut
Brooklyn
budgets for
butterfly.
NSA and then the CDC, and if
I
you're
know,
if,
and I agree with you, Juicy. I'm not
yeah,
disputing that.
yeah.
But it seems like Democrats don't want to understand that the Democrats don't either. I'm like
But
Malcolm
no,
X.
no,
And
uppity,
people
no,
think
no, no,
I'm
no,
voting
no,
for Trump.
uppity,
I
no,
want to
no,
know
no.
my races up
So
front. I
again,
don't
this
want
is
no
when we
racist
run into
hiding
a
like Joe
problem, uppity,
Biden.
because that's
I need
not
you to be
true.
upfront like
But
Trump.
no, uppity, that's not true, because you just, when did a Democrat get somebody like RFK in there who's taking away measles vaccinations, and now they're having these big upticks and uprisings? No, that's not correct, uppity. That's not correct. And when Obama and some people left, they left things intact. They were doing this, so that's not correct,
It was
uppity. This
Democrats that did
administration don't give a damn about
it was
anybody.
Democrats that
Let,
hold
let
on.
me
It
let me
was
say this,
Democrats
uppity,
that
because
did the
again, this is
herpes
this
thing
is
on the
this is
black
where we
men.
lose it.
It was
When has a
Democrats.
Democrat closed the rural hospital? We don't do that kind of stuff. If anything, we have been accused of giving people too much.
You see, why
We've
you
been
keep saying
accused
we? You
of
are
being
not a
too
part of the
generous.
system. You're just a voter. They make you think you're a
Girl,
Democrat
let me tell
party,
you
but
something.
you're
I have
not.
worked in healthcare, uppity. I have worked in healthcare. And
Hey,
my thing
Hershey.
is, I have worked in healthcare. And the thing is, my thing is, if you think, again, uppity, don't ever go against your interests. Don't ever go against your interests. These people think that folk have
And
given
I never
too
do. And I
much.
never do. I never
Okay,
do.
I'm
That's
just
why I
making
was
sure,
able. No, 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 no,
because
no. Hold on. No,
some
I'm glad
people
you said it.
feel
Juicy,
that can I put it
this?
if
Can I
you
put it
can
this?
work and if
I'm
you can
so
be on a
happy that
computer,
Trump got
they
rid of
believe
the
that you should be able
illegal.
to get a
We
job.
wasn't dealing with that in Texas. I was dealing that with in New York City.
Do you not
They
think
had
wait a
all
minute,
the
hold on,
illegal
boo. Hold on,
systems
boo. Hold on,
denied me
uppity.
housing
Hold
for
on, uppity.
immigrants. I'm happy they out of
Hold
here.
on,
I'm
uppity.
happy. I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
boo boo. Hold on. Unlike you, I've lived in New York. I lived in New York for 6 years. I lived in New York for
Not
5
during the
years.
immigration takeover. Not during the
But baby,
immigration
I lived there. Hold
takeover.
on there.
When
Hold
they were,
on. Hold on.
we
Hold
were
on.
denied
Hold on, boo
benefits for
boo.
immigrants that
I
wasn't
lived there.
born
No,
and
that's
raised
not
here.
true. Immigrants,
I'm
let me say
happy
this.
they got out of here and I got my new
If
apartment.
you are a
Thank you,
legal
Trump.
immigrant, if you are a legal immigrant, you don't get benefits. And this is what you don't understand. Companies
They
love to hire
did. They did
no,
though.
no, uppity. Companies love to hire illegals because those people can't file for taxes. And when you can't file for taxes, guess who take the money? Come on, uppity, follow the money. Illegal, that's why they like cheap labor. Stop blaming
Both
these
sides.
parties
Can
and
I get
start
into what see you
follow
see?
the
You're not
money,
ready. You're
uppity.
not ready for this conversation about money.
Why do you think Jimmy Dean will go and hire somebody from Mexico and not hire from somebody in the United States? Because we in the United States gonna ask for benefits, we gonna ask for fair wages, and they're not gonna pay that because we like cheap labor, uppity. And I can't let you say that because it is the
Whose problem is
corporation.
it? No,
What do
no,
you
Juicy,
think?
can I
What do
get
you
a
think that
question?
Oracle is laying
No, no,
30,000
Juicy.
people off for?
Juicy, no,
They're
Juicy.
laying
A total question
30,000
in 2
people,
minutes, Juicy.
uppity, 30,000 white collar people off because AI, and they don't want to pay people anymore. Follow the money. It's the money.
Juicy,
It's the
I'm gonna
money,
follow the
uppity.
money and I'm gonna
Boo,
follow
it's
my
the money,
interest.
honey. It's the
I don't
money,
give a
baby.
goddamn about them immigrants.
It's the
I
money.
really don't.
It's not the
They not
immigrants.
my
You trying to
people.
blame
I
the
don't give a
immigrants.
goddamn
Blame
about
the
them. I
corporations,
care about
uppity.
me and my black
Maybe
people.
if you
Those
work for a
Mexicans
corporation,
volunteered to come
but
over
maybe
here
if
and
you
work
work
for
for
a
a
quarter.
corporation,
We
uppity,
were
you can
made to
see
work for
that.
free.
But they
Fuck
are
them.
laying people off. Let me tell you something. The
That's true.
immigrants only come over here because the corporations are bringing them over here. Another thing, let me go back to the Oracle thing again. They are letting go 30,000 people, but yet they just did their H-21 visas so they can get cheap immigrants over here after that layoff. Okay, you can't blame immigrants for Oracle
Now,
trying to
Juicy,
get
I
their
don't know if
cheap
you
labor.
noticed when people hold on, Juicy. When we talking about things, do you know there's a lot of arrests going on right now of people hiring immigrants and trying to call ICE when the job is almost over and they're getting arrested too? So there's no ill intention
Girl,
there.
what do you
So
think that
no,
happening?
Juicy,
What
you
you
have
think
to
that
let me
happening
finish
in
my
Atlanta?
talking point. It can't work this way. You can't argue a point I don't even get a chance to finish
But
making.
uppity, your
Like,
point. I'm listening to your point, but uppity, it's
I
like,
didn't get
did
to
you
finish
research the
making it. You keep
point?
interrupting me. You
Go ahead,
can't argue a
girl.
point I didn't
Go
finish.
ahead. But some stuff you say be so
Thank you.
crazy. Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
okay, so let me say what I was saying. Thank you. So what I'm saying is this: as far as like the people that they've been hiring outsourcing work, they've been cutting people's jobs down for that.
Who is
Correct.
they? Who
But
is
when
they?
we're talking
Who is
about,
they?
hold on,
No, let's identify
but
who is
see, you're
they.
doing it again.
Who is they? I'm asking you a qualifying question. Who is they?
The government, because both sides do
No,
it.
the
Democratic
government
and
don't hire
Republican.
people, uppity. Who is they?
Yes, they do. Yes, they
Uppity,
do. They like
uppity,
you wasn't listening
uppity.
to my
So
talking
you
point.
mean to
They
tell
have
me
been
that Hyundai
outsourcing jobs.
hired the people?
Juicy. Can I explain
Uppity,
to you how
no,
the government does
you're
it?
not being
They
honest.
outsource
I can't
jobs. They
negotiate with people
outsource
in bad
jobs to
faith,
other
girl.
countries.
No,
Like what's wrong with you? They
no,
outsource
uppity.
jobs to
Go ahead.
other countries where they could get cheaper labor. So that's how the government does it. That's why a lot of things are not made in America anymore because they
Uppity,
outsource
uppity,
it to
uppity,
other
uppity, uppity,
countries.
uppity,
That's how the
uppity,
government is doing it.
uppity,
I'm just
uppity,
answering your question, but
uppity,
I didn't
uppity,
get a chance to make my
uppity, though, but
point. But
no,
go ahead.
but uppity, but again. So government is controlled by a lot of corporations because if you don't do what I need for you to do, then I may not give you that campaign contribution so you can make do. Okay, that is a corporation.
That's called
Again, that's what
lobbyists.
I
And
keep on
whoever got
saying.
the most, no, that's
Okay,
called lobbyists. People pay lobbyists
so who
to
pay
pay
the lobbyists?
politicians
Who
to
pay the
make sure
lobbyists,
their
uppity?
point of view get, and that's black people problem. They
So,
want to
so,
depend on
so
celebrities
uppity,
and pastors instead
So,
of paying for
uppity,
lobbyists.
uppity. Listen to me. The Koch brothers pretty much said that if you don't vote this way, then we won't give you that contribution. So uppity corporations like cheap labor. And again, you trying to blame it on government. Well, if government is doing it, it's because corporations got them by the balls. And at the end of the day, when you allow them to do Citizens United, where corporations are considered people, you just gave corporations the power to do that. So uppity, I understand what you're saying, but you still got to follow the money. And again, America likes cheap labor, and those same immigrants you blaming, they don't have nothing to do with it because the corporations are the
Like
ones hiring
Juicy,
them. Tell
I'm
the
well
corporations to
debated.
stop hiring the
I'm a good
people, and then they
debater.
won't come
You're
over.
not letting me get my points out. Okay,
But I'm
so
hearing your
I'm
point, but
following the
you
money. I'm
just said
following the money.
something about a no. You just said something about a lobbyist, and I told you that the Koch brothers, they
Because
have
that's where the
said to people.
conversation, like that's unfair. Like you keep switching the conversation just because I'm able to keep up. You can't hold one
Hey,
conversation.
baby, it's
We
not
talking about something
keeping
else.
up. You said something about a lobbyist. The Koch brothers were their own lobbyists. They told somebody in their district, if you don't vote this way, then you may not be able to run because they can hold money. Why do you think that they're always throwing fundraisers and stuff? And who goes to the fundraisers? These big corporations. And of course, they hire the lobbies. Hell, the Catholic Church has a lobby. That's all I'm saying, uppity. That's all I'm saying. But
Everybody has
you act
lobbyists
like the
except black
immigrants are
people.
taking
They
something
had
from
Al
people. The
Sharpton.
immigrants are not doing
No.
anything.
Black people
Let
have
me
never
say
had a
this too,
lobbyist.
uppity. Let me say this too. In Iowa,
But can we
right
agree or
now,
disagree? Do you agree that black people have never had a lobbyist in the government at any point in time? They always depended on either a pastor, a revolutionary, or some type of preacher. They have never had official lobbyists that's going to go in lobbying for laws, other than what type of political person they're voting for. But they have never had a lobbyist, and that's what lobbyists do. They support political people based on how they're going to run the government or pass laws in favor of the people that they are lobbying for.
well, I
That's
know a
what
lot
I'm
of
saying.
people.
I'm following the money with that.
I know a lot of people don't have lobbyists. Most of the people who are not 1% don't
No,
have lobbyists.
everybody do except black people. Everybody does except black
Okay,
people.
okay. So let's go here. Let's go here, uppity. So they were in Iowa. This company, this meatpacking company, convinced their people that they shouldn't have a union, and they turned down their union. And as soon as they turned down their union, guess what they did? They started paying those people less, and then the people wound up quitting, having to go other places because they couldn't afford their bills. So guess what that company did? Those same immigrants that you're talking about, they wound up hiring them. Now, again, it wasn't the immigrants' fault that these people went against their interests and voted against their union. It was the people's fault. And then now the town need people to come in and work those low wage jobs. But then when the people come in, oh, but you can't have a Mexican restaurant. So they want people to keep their economy open at their whim and what they want them to do. But yet it was them who did that. And see, uppity, again, it's a history thing. And again, people are always going to talk folk out of their interests. They're going to do that. And these were white people, by the way, in Iowa. So All I'm saying, uppity, is
Okay,
that
white
people
people,
wouldn't come
everybody
over
fucks
here
with
if these
white
corporations
people.
didn't
Nah,
pay them
DC, that's not gonna
that.
land. I fucks with black people the long way and the hard way. I'm even to tell like harsh truths. Like I even tried to tell you the other day, but I couldn't get too deep into it because you had cut me off like you're doing today. I have different ancestors speaking to me. The ancestors and the plan I go by, I'm more in that Khalid Muhammad. Everybody likes to give Malcolm X the credit, but Khalid Muhammad perfected it. So that's the ancestors I'm moving and shaking with. And
But
I
baby,
do that in my
let
real
me
life.
say
I
this.
don't
I'm
argue
an
about
American
politics
now,
online.
and I understand about the
You know?
ancestors. But as an American, I have the right, and I'm going to ask for my fair share as an American, and that's what it is. And what the ancestors
No,
want
only
me to
I said
do
because you
was
are one of
call
those
out
people, Juicy, that
injustice.
like to
But
say
my thing is
your
this, though.
ancestors
But
died.
this is
Hold
the
on,
thing,
Juicy.
uppity.
You
I don't
said
have to
that your
put down other.
ancestors died for the
I
right for
don't
you to
have.
vote.
I
And
don't have
it
to
was
put
my
down, but I
ancestors
don't have
also
to put down
died
other
to say
uppity.
voting don't
I
work
don't have
every
to put
time.
down other people uppity to prop myself up. At the end of the
I'm
day,
not
it's
putting nobody down.
hold on.
I'm
At the
not.
end of the
You don't let me
at
get
the
my
end of
points
the
out.
day,
I feel like we need all type of. Hold on,
at the
Juicy. Can I
end of
just
the
say this? And I'm gonna drop
at the
down.
end of the
I'm gonna
day,
drop down. I'm gonna
racism
listen to you. I'm gonna be in your
at
chat,
the
and I'm
end
gonna
of the
just
day,
be
because
responding in the
at
chat.
the end of the day, uppity, this is my channel. At the end of the day, at the end of the
It
day,
is.
and if I'm
That's why
rude,
I said, Juicy,
it's still
I
my
can't talk.
channel.
I'm not gonna. I
But at
can't
the
make
end of the
myself
day,
talk.
uppity, racism is real, but classism is even deeper. And I think a lot of people are realizing that
True.
wealthy people don't give a damn what color you are as long as they can use you, and that's
Agreed.
all that it is. So my
But you
thing is
cannot
this:
argue
it's
points I
no,
didn't. I
but you
didn't
can't
make.
go
You
beat
can't
up
argue points I
immigrants.
didn't make.
Hold on, you can't beat up immigrants because
I sure
wealthy
can.
people want them. You can't, because again, uppity, they wouldn't come over here unless people didn't want the cheap labor. Why do you think cruise
No,
ships is
they
a
don't come
prime
over here for
example?
cheap labor because they
Cruise
got
ships
cheap
are a
labor in
prime
their
example.
country. They come over here for a better life.
They will not register their cruise ships in the United States. They will always register
They
their cruise
babies
ships.
can't work no day at work. They be risking their baby's life, like all type of stuff to get their little babies over here. Especially since Trump cut out that you can't come over here as a pregnant. Like they risk their pregnant bellies and they risk their little kids
But Trump's
because as
wife is
long as their
illegal.
kids are
She
born
was an
over
illegal
here,
immigrant.
nah,
His
nah,
own
nah. So
wife,
we not gonna
uppity.
act
His
like
own wife was an
they
illegal
coming over here to
immigrant.
work.
Come on, uppity.
They bring their
Listen
kids
to your
over
rhetoric.
here.
You know what?
They
You
bring
sound
their
like a
pregnant bellies over here. You
Fox
can't work in your
News.
ninth month.
Uppity, you sound like a
Stop
Fox
it.
News talking point. Because at the end
No,
of the
I
day,
sound like
uppity,
the truth.
you do.
I sound like a
No, you
black
don't.
person.
No,
I
you
sound like a
don't.
black
Because again,
person. Yes,
uppity,
I
if
do.
you don't understand that people come over here because companies want them over here
No,
and
I
they are
don't
willing to
understand
do
how they
that,
couldn't make it
you
work in
got
their country like black
issues.
people did here. Black people were street enslaved here. We made a way out of no
Uppity,
way. And I
uppity,
understand these
uppity,
Spanish people
uppity,
coming over here.
uppity,
No,
uppity,
no, 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 no.
uppity,
Can I say this?
uppity,
Can I
uppity.
say
No,
this?
because uppity, I'm listening to you. You don't live
You
in
are not
Florida.
listening to me. You're
Hold
just
on, girl. I lived in Homestead. I taught in Homestead where some of the kids were migrant workers. And again, they would snatch their children to go work because it's cheap labor. And them same people were talking about these immigrants and all of these people. But now ICE done came in and got their whole workforce. And now they want to figure out a workaround because they don't want to pay Americans
like
that
they have to
wage.
do
And
with
we're not
black
going to work
people.
for that
Just
wage.
like they have to do with
Opening.
black people.
Again, you got to
Oh my
understand
God.
that you got black people on cruise ships right now. They will register a cruise ship in Liberia and Panama and not the United States because they don't want to pay people fair wages. And that's what they do. And so until you understand that it ain't about no government except the money from these major corporations, if the corporations didn't hire these immigrants, then we wouldn't have an issue. And the reason why they hire the immigrants, uppity, because they are cheap labor. You're not going to be working for some $2 an hour. You would never do that. But somebody else is going to do that because it's a big deal to them, uppity.
While we talk about immigrants, can I say this point at least?
And the sad
Uppity don't
part
got to
about
work
it,
at
and
all
hold
because
on,
a man
and the
that was
sad
born
part
and raised
about
in
it is,
Jamaica,
hold on for a
a
minute,
man
and
that was
black
born
people done
and
been
raised in
here, hold
Jamaica.
on, black people
Juicy,
done been
I'm gonna
here
go because
for
you're not
the
gonna let me
longest,
talk. It's not
uppity,
fair.
and
It's not
guess
fair.
what,
I'll talk to you later,
because let me tell
Juicy.
you something, uppity,
I'll talk to you later, Juicy. It's
because
okay.
uppity, honey, let me tell you something, you think that it's the immigrants, let me tell you something, baby, black people done forgot where they came from, they done forgot the struggle, they done forgot what people have gone gone through. Y'all telling folk not to vote, but yet these ancestors you talked about done died to vote. They done sat at counters, got spit on, couldn't drink at the same water fountain, but yet y'all telling people not to vote. Y'all act like the struggle ain't real. This is why Jewish people will be successful, because they never forget. They never forget. Black people don't raise their kids like they used to. They don't tell the story. They get these kids lulled away like everything is okay. And that's what happens. See, that's the problem. And let me say this, y'all. Let me tell you something. I don't know if y'all ever traveled abroad, and I know Uppity is upset, but I can't stomach that foolishness. I can't stomach that foolishness that she's throwing out. Baby, I done went to Africa, and people don't even have air conditioner in their university. Their best university don't even have air conditioning in all the buildings. But baby, they was in there trying to get that knowledge. And when they get to the United States, they can't believe how wasteful we are. They can't believe that we will go to college and fail a class, take the money and use the money for Louis Vuitton purses and not invest in it. And they can't understand how we can waste money, because they know that there's no financial aid in Africa and India. They know that you either got money or you don't have money. And maybe to the point that we gotten real soft and lazy over here, and we done got stuff handed to us that we don't know no better. But I'm here to tell you, Uppity, that at the end of the day, girlfriend, that immigrants come over here and they coming to work. They're coming to do XYZ. They're coming to do this. And that little money they get, they're going to send it back home. But it's still not right. It is still not right. And again, you're trying to blame immigrants, and immigrants do not get health care free, ma'am. Okay. Now, if a baby is born here, according to Trump, the baby can stay, but the parents going back. So again, I don't know what you're talking about. Immigrants don't get tax returns back. The government hogs that money up. Okay, come on, Uppity, be smart. If you have to pay taxes, and then this is the thing, Uppity, how they getting the Social Security numbers? Who giving them the Social Security numbers? They don't have the means to get a Social Security numbers. It's the damn companies, Uppity. Come on, baby, use your mind. Go ahead, Lolo, because I don't like to do this to her, but sometimes she be saying some outrageous, egregious stuff, and I just can't deal with that. I don't have the patience for it. Go ahead, Lolo.
I can't speak on things I don't know too much about
Okay.
like that, but I don't even get into the politics and all that. Listen, life is so short. If you ain't had an experience, if you don't know for certain, don't speak on it. There's too many different things going on, too many different ways. Just like you said, I mean, somebody paying to try to have somebody in their house.
Girl, gas over $4, and she talking about immigrants. Okay, yeah. Okay, housing prices done gone up, and you can't even get a good APR on your stuff. And people talking about some immigrants. And to be honest, the immigrant population has died now because nobody ain't trying to come here under this crazy man. That's why. Look up. Yeah. So you talking about the immigrants doing this. Why they having a shortage of construction and home building now has slowed down because they don't have enough people to work. Why are manufacturing companies and people who are in the agriculture business are having a hard time getting people to work the fields now? Since these immigrants are pouring in, like you say, they pouring in. They're not. And not only that, now our universities are hurting because those foreign students who would come and let me tell you something, Uppity. Girl, do you not know that foreign students coming to the United States have to have all their tuition paid before they even step foot? And they have to have a whole thing to prove that they can pay all their tuition before they come here? And now, because of Trump, now they're going to Great Britain and they're going to other places to get their education. And guess who's hurting? Harvard, Yale, and a lot of our schools who have these programs. Baby, them foreign exchange programs, they have kept a lot of schools in business, Uppity. I'm sorry, but I just, and then she told me something. I live in New York. I lived in New York for 5 freaking years. I done lived in Chicago. I done lived almost everywhere. And then you're going to try to throw that? Oh, no, ma'am. And I like uppity, but I don't like uppity when it comes to politics. Talking about some different ancestors talk to me. You need to get that checked, girl. I don't know how they talking to you. And girl, I don't know which ancestors talking to you, but you better make sure them ancestors, okay? Because girl, ain't no ancestors talking to me except through history in the books, okay? Girl, if the ancestors are coming to you at night and whispering in your ear, girl, you need to get checked. I ain't playing, but I don't know what ancestors talking to you, girl. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, girl.
Because when people talk about some mama said this to me, I start looking at people because my mama has been gone. And there are some ways that I know my mom, some things that kind of spark my interest of my mom, or say, you know what, I just know that somebody's praying and looking out for me. But girl, if my mama audibly speak to me, I'm going to the doctor. I ain't lying. I ain't lying.
Never lied, because I had enough issues without foreign entities speaking to me from
Girl, talking
beyond.
like the poltergeist. Mama spoke to me through the TV.
I know.
And I was watching a Tyler Perry movie, and Mama came to me and spoke to me right on that TV. Girl, I'm done. I'm walking out. What's up?
Shut up. What's
What's
up,
going
y'all?
on? Hey,
What's going on, Lolo? I know
Hey, baby.
Lolo from Living.
How you doing, sweetheart?
Michael, I'm doing good.
Happy Resurrection Day to you, honey.
I've been telling myself I know I wasn't doing nothing good for myself. It's Easter. I ain't even know.
Yes, it is Easter night. It feels sad not to be cooking, like talking about, but
And I
it
ain't
is
even
what it is.
cooking. And my last name is Cook.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, what else did you go to church today?
What the hell is the man on the panel? Hello?
He might have had to step away for a minute.
okay, I'm back. Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing really well, charged up, amped in my Aries energy. Pure Aries,
Absolutely.
March baby. So what's going on with you? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out.
Girl, I'm trying to figure it out too, because I'm trying to figure out how these immigrants is taking everybody's jobs.
Oh,
I'm sorry, baby. Let me say. Can I say this? Hold on for a minute. Lolo. The immigrants taking our jobs, but yet they have a lot of construction jobs, and they got a lot of pea picking jobs and a lot of strawberry picking jobs. Go fill them damn jobs since they taking our jobs.
motherfucking fruits.
Okay, go ahead.
I can't take it. I was just talking to my dude and said they taking all our fruit.
Girl, who taking the fruits?
They
The
taking
fruits
the
are
fruit?
the fruits are riding on the vine because nobody ain't picking them.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna pick them.
Well, that's the problem. See, that's what I'm saying, and that's why we depending on the immigrants.
That's the problem right there.
That's what I'm saying.
Stop it, Mac. I'm sick of you tonight, Mac. Stop it. Talking about
So where you from? Where you from? And I have never seen you before. How you doing?
Cali. I'm from California.
Okay, what part of California? Northern, Central, or Southern?
Southern.
Okay, Urban, Compton, Inglewood.
I'm from IE.
Okay, all right. They had a club there
I'm
called
from Rancho Cucamonga.
Okay. I got a buddy who lives in Oxnard.
I ain't from where Lemon at.
I ain't
Oh,
coming back to
Lemon
LA.
way somewhere else. Lemon way up in by the Capitol.
I was brought up from Fresno, but yeah, that's yeah.
Come on, Blackstone. Let me stop. Let me leave Fresno alone. Let me tell y'all something. Them Asian people in Fresno, they will unalive you dead. Them Hmongs ain't nothing to play with in Fresno. Go ahead.
You better know it.
The Hmongs that have you strapped up. Them the toughest Asian people I ever seen. They dangerous. I'm I'm serious, y'all. I ain't never seen so many gangster Asian people. I'm used to them Asian people who do
You know
computer
they
stuff.
got gangs and stuff over there
I
in
Hell
told
Asia.
yeah.
you that. All right. Okay.
There's
What?
gangs everywhere.
Told
Yeah.
me. I said no. No. He
Okay.
know it. He know it.
So what else is going
I
on
said,
with you?
I said, God, I'm going to hell.
You
Mm.
said
I'm
you said
going
what,
straight
honey?
to hell.
Did you have
I'm
some
going
Taylor
straight to
Port? The
hell.
girl said, "Did you have some Taylor Port?"
No, no,
Not the teleport.
I have some rare reserve, bitch. I'm cheap.
Okay. Well, at least you honest.
Yeah, and my ass is.
Well, look, it's so nice to have you, but I need to. I need to have a little a little time. A little time with Miss Lolo because it's been a while since Lolo hit my link. She's been so busy with her life, and she was one of the celebrities, and
Oh
so
God,
I had to come on over here and
my
talk to
God,
Miss
today.
Lolo.
You
So,
had to
but
come
no,
over here. I came over here.
I mean you came over here to talk to me, but yeah, because you've been really busy. So I'm glad that
Yes.
Lolo came over here to grace my panel. But Lolo, now you said that you getting ready to slow down from the YouTube, and what is causing you to slow down?
I am trying to find my faith. I'm trying to go into a different direction. My
Okay.
daughter is very, very, she has been a very huge inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
And I love her faith. Her faith
Mm-hmm.
is amazing. And she has, I always preach about mental health.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everybody could benefit from a third party that doesn't know you,
Mm-hmm.
that hears your
I
situation
agree.
and can reasonably talk to you about things. And she does have her bachelor's in psychology and all, and she has really been in there. Now my psychiatrist said, lean into your kids at this time, especially after losing mom. And
Mm-hmm.
the weirdest thing, I said the same thing my mom said, oh, I don't want to be a burden. And she said, no, Lori, you're not a burden. This is when they really want you to lean in it because they want to make sure that you are right.
Mm-hmm.
So
So do you think that YouTube takes you away from leaning in?
not really, but it's building a conflict I can feel.
What is the conflict?
The conflict is you can't serve two masters. And
Really?
yeah, and I'm feeling more conviction. I'm feeling
What are you
things that
feeling conviction of?
we're not being convicted. I mean, because we're all sinners, but it's just that
Mm-hmm.
I'm learning him for me now. And
Mm-hmm.
so when my daughter sent me this beautiful Bible and I'm going through, I let it open up where it wants to open and I get something from it, something different from it every day. And I'm learning that I'm not the main player in my story.
Okay.
I'm his. And it's not just me, it's not just my story, it's
Mm-hmm.
not just about me, it's about everyone else. It's about what he wants you to be and where he wants you to be, and I'm finding my way now.
It seemed like everybody getting a Bible. It seemed like if you want to get a new life with Jesus, get a Bible.
No, don't get a Bible. I
So
mean,
Ness
don't
got a
just get a
Bible
Bible
too.
for that. Yeah, and like I said, it's your walk. You never are too old to start your walk, change your walk,
Mm-hmm.
because when me and my husband were married years ago, and I was pregnant with the youngest baby.
Mm-hmm.
She about to turn 25, and I was pregnant with her, and we were in a very small church. I mean, they were
Mm-hmm.
having church in the house until they got this small place. And then to come to find out, after the youngest was born, and the young daughters, they were 13 and 14.
Mm-hmm.
The oldest one had this ridiculous shape, and they were good girls. and that was their stepfather, the pastor. And he come to find out he was having relations with the older daughter.
Wow.
Keeping her out of school, and it broke my faith. Me and my husband. My ex-husband was the armor bearer. I was, very well, not big in church, because church wasn't that big, but I was there and with the kids and everything. And when I had the bishop call me to tell me, what exactly that he actually what's the word, confessed to his what he had been doing. And I had told the mom, because the daughter told me, and she told the babysitter at the end of the court, and both of us called social services, because this young girl was crying. She was weeping. She was just all over the place, and I felt so hurt for her, because I did the mom's hair, I did the daughter's hair, both the daughter's hair, and I would cut the son's hair, and I just felt so bad. And that's when my faith broke, because they tried to say the girl was out here every evening after school messing with somebody.
So they were blaming the victim.
Yeah, they were blaming her, and that young girl was 14 years old at that point. And I know that those girls, for a fact, after school, they would come to my house, and one would take one baby and one would take the other baby, while I cooked and cleaned and did everything before my ex-husband would come home from work. And it broke me. I mean, I think when I found out, I cried all week long. I had the news come to my door, all kinds of stuff. It was a police chase. It was terrible. I told the mother didn't believe me.
Wow.
And yeah, it was terrible. It was horrible. And
I can see what that would really do to you,
yeah,
because you would think that the church would be more supportive and not victim shame. But, I think people are learning now, because we really come a long way. But I'm just glad that you are restoring your faith back, and hopefully it's in Christ. Like you said, it ain't in that organization. So I'm glad you realize that.
Yeah, I mean, but that was back when we talking 20 some years ago, and of course he's out of jail now. The mother wound up, the girls were taken from their dad by their dad back to Tennessee. The mama wound up staying here, getting strung out on drugs. I mean, it was sad. And
well, that's a lot.
But they came and got her. They got the mama, so the mama was reunited. It was a lot at that age, and with these kids that I had. I mean, I had 4 kids in the house at that point, because the other one was old enough, and it was just, it broke my faith.
So you said serving 2 masters. So how do you feel about that? Because
the gossip and stuff is like,
okay, I got that. What else?
That's it, really.
Well, this is the thing, Lolo. I think that a lot of people want to change, because I don't like the doxing and the dark stuff, and I don't know. I'm in a position where am I going to change to, or where I'm going to go? I'm not leaving YouTube. I don't know how it's going to be done, but I said to myself, sometimes God has us position places, because if we leave, then that thing leaves as well. So maybe God has sane people here because he wants sanity to still be here. And if you leave, then sanity is gone. Or he wants a voice of reason here, because if a voice of reason leaves the beef sector, then what are we going to have to listen to? So I don't think it's 2 masters with me. Long as you don't let it master you, long as you master it. And I think that's the biggest thing. And a lot of people used to get mad at me when I was saying there are no friends on YouTube, and that I'm not here for friendship. I'm not here for validation. I'm here because this is a show. When it's a show, it's a show. I think conversations like this are going to stimulate people. I think what Ness did and how she came on was big, because I'm like, if one person said, I want to transform and do something else because of her testimony, then good. And if she fall off the wagon tomorrow, heaven forbid, but if something happens to her tomorrow, that don't mean you leave. You keep on holding on. But for whatever, her testimony was needed for a reason. Somebody was listening to it. She
Yeah.
had an audience, and she wasn't glorifying herself. She was
Right.
glorifying God. I can see if she was glorifying herself and I'm this now and I'm this now, but she was
Yeah.
saying I was a wretch undone. I was unbroken. It was a lot of stuff that I was doing,
Yeah.
a whole lot of stuff. And so again, I'm never going to come at people for trying to improve their lives. But
Right.
my thing is, I would say really pray about that, because
Yeah.
you may be in the sector for a reason. You may have to change up some things and modify some things,
Yeah.
but you've been in you in the sector for a reason. I think there's a lot of life lessons, a lot of biblical things that we can learn from what these people are doing in this sector.
Yeah.
I really do think that. Now, I'm not saying to stay or go, because that's going to be your
Yeah.
decision. But my thing is, everybody want to say the beef sector here, the beef sector this and this and this. And I'm not saying you per se, but my
Mhm.
thing is you're going to run into that devil everywhere. You're
Yeah.
going to run into the gossip in church. Gossip is
True.
everywhere. It's everywhere. But my thing is, at the end of the day, how can I be a light in the midst of this darkness? How can I be humorous? People say they like to come over here because even though we throw a little light, but people feel
Mhm.
safe. They think it's funny over here. And I
Yeah.
can appreciate that. I mean, I was very surprised when Ness said that this is one of the only places she come. But again, I'm not trying to destroy people's lives. I'm not trying to tear people up and stuff. And again, the only reason why I might come back and forth with somebody is because we going back and forth. But even in the midst of that, I still want people to do better. I still want
Yeah.
people to invest in themselves, including me. I am not beneath, or so good that I can't even improve myself, but I'm looking for ways to improve myself. I wish I can say it, but people
Right.
got so much on here that, you can't even share a whole lot of things. So my thing is, I hope you reconsider and modify and do what you got to do,
Yeah.
because I don't think sometimes it's good to just say, okay, I'm out, unless that's what God is really telling you. But sometimes you're here in a place for a purpose, because at the end of the day, your transformation right on here is good. And the persecution here will make you stronger. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
lot of stuff on here that has made me stronger. I'm like, okay, I know I can make it, because
Yeah.
baby, if these people doing this, and there's some things on YouTube that I ain't even seen in the world.
Yeah. That
What's
is
your
true.
thoughts?
That is true. I love, see, I'm not just in the beef sector. I've been
Mhm.
watching a lot of other different things. If I was to say I wanted to go over to the church sector, I mean, it's like the same kind of thing with a religious twist. And are they really in it? It's like, who do you trust with your faith? So like I don't want to leave. I'm not leaving. I'm just backing up some.
I understand. But let me tell you
Put
something.
it
People
in
are always
place.
going to question your faith. Let me tell you something. Lolo, one thing you never seen me do is question folks' salvation. I don't
Yeah.
question people's salvation, because
Right.
that's a personal thing.
Mhm.
People talking about something, the fake pastor. Well, I'm not a pastor. See, that's the whole thing.
Mhm.
I'm not a pastor. Am I clergy? Yes. I am
Mhm.
definitely clergy. Am I ordained? Yes, but I'm not a pastor. I am not over anybody's church. But am I ordained to preach in somebody's church? You darn skippy I am. And I
Mhm.
do a good job of it. So that's what I say to people, but don't let people hem you up.
Oh yeah. I'm I've backed up so much that I be out of the stuff a lot. So I don't see a lot, or I'll catch just specific things like when I go to work and I just have it and I'm looking. But other than that,
And I'm with you on that, Lolo, because some
Mhm.
stuff ain't even funny. Some stuff
Yeah.
ain't even entertaining. And so I'm with you on that, Lolo. I don't watch everything. Let me say this. VS was on. I
Mhm.
watched VS when she was going through her medical situation, and she was doing like a play-by-play, I think, when she had the fibroid issue.
Oh, okay.
So I was going through that. I found it very interesting, her journey and
Yeah.
her frustration, and how God just made a way that she could get in, because somebody canceled an appointment and it happened to be at the right time, and she
Yeah.
got in. I thought that was awesome. And then when she was talking about her journey on her job, I thought that was awesome. So
Mhm.
again, I don't even have a problem with people, but
Right.
when you are reverting back to this calling people, FBI, all of this stuff, then I'm like, that's not entertaining. That's not informative to me. There are lessons to be learned from that, but I saw that today, and I was looking at VX and her, and then I think Ken Nola may be involved, and all of this stuff, and calling people, and you don't want to mess with me, and I was listening, and I'm like, that ain't the kind of power that, yeah, mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that kind of stuff I'm not with, because do you have any other power outside of this?
I mean, it's a lot. I didn't see what happened. I mean, I checked in for a minute and then calls were coming in, so I didn't really get to see a whole lot. So I don't know about any FBI or what. Who I don't need. You know what? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. As long as the FBI ain't looking for me, because I ain't done that. I don't even want to know.
But when you got to get to that point, then you got to ask yourself, is it really worth it? What am I doing to even put myself in this position? Who am I hanging around that I would even need to call the FBI? And that's when you just need to leave people, and people need to stop trying to prove that I ain't no punk, or you ain't gonna do that. Let me tell you something.
That ain't gonna never stop.
All the bad people are either in the grave or in jail. That's what grandmama used to say. Either they in the grave or in jail.
On their way.
Or on their way.
That is true.
But I mean, Lolo, and like I said, if you decide that you need to go, that's understandable as well.
But
I understand
going. I'm just kind of trying to transform, because I'm missing mama so much. And being in this house, this apartment, without her voice, without her presence, is a lot.
Well, I was happy that you traveled.
Yeah.
I was very happy to see you in Vegas, and I'm just glad that you took the initiative to get out. And Lolo, your children are grown.
Yeah.
Your mom is in bliss.
Yeah.
And so my thing is this: my mom passed away too. And what she told me before she left this earth was, you need to live, because I'm going to be okay. You need to live. And I took that. And my thing is, what would your mom want you to do at this present time? Would she want you to be depressed, or would she want you to live? Would she want you to start doing some things? Do you think that sitting around the house being depressed about her would be what she wants you to do? What would your mom want you to do? If your mom could speak to you right now, what would your mom tell you?
She would say, stop. She would say, get yourself together. Let's go. Go ahead and do what you got to do. And so I'm moving toward that.
I think the ancestor just spoke to you. But I think the ancestor just spoke to you. Come on, girl. Okay.
I'm even thinking of going and moving in with one of my sons for a while.
Okay.
Just until I get that, until he leads me where he wants me to be. I've been saying I want to move to Las Vegas, but
you stayed in San Antonio at one time too.
I did San Antonio, then I said Houston, and the world is just open now.
Yeah,
and
I think you would do well in San Antonio. They have a lot of employment opportunities. Vegas right now is so based on tourism.
Well, you remember, I take my job wherever I go, so
Okay.
I'm gonna always have my job.
Well, I think San Antonio economically, I think Texas economically, and the diversity of culture and people, I think you would like it. You may not do the San Antonio, but the Dallas or the Houston might be of your liking.
Might be, but I'm not worried about the STD, right? Because you got to be actually having to do it.
Look, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Houston, again, what are the pockets of the neighborhoods? Where are you going? I think y'all think Houston is in crisis. I don't think Houston in crisis. Houston has a lot of jobs. There are some people in Houston with a crisis, but I don't think Houston overall is in crisis. It depends on where you live. I could see Lolo living in Katy. I can see her in the Woodlands. I can even see her in Pasadena, somewhere on the outskirts of Houston living. I can see her in Frisco or Lancaster or someplace on the south side, maybe Waxahachie. I can see her in those suburbs, even Fort Worth, in areas of Fort Worth. So I think, but wherever you're gonna go, I think you're gonna be well. But I think that what you just said is how you honor your mama. If you know that your mama would say that, then you need to honor your mama and do that.
My kids don't want me to go far, so they are definitely against Vegas and just leaving Virginia or North Carolina.
But you got to do what's right for you, and sometimes you got to start fresh and new. But if family means a lot to you,
Well, I got a brand new great grandbaby.
Okay.
And he's a year old, year and a half. He is everything. He is amazing. I'm just loving it because I'm watching this baby without responsibility. And I'm loving it.
Well, maybe that's what you need to do. Maybe Greensboro or Raleigh or Charlotte, which is not that far from Virginia, and you can still kind of drive there when you want to see family, or I'll go to Elizabeth City. Elizabeth City right down the street.
That is right around the corner and down the street.
Yeah, it's peaceful. It's not as the hustle and bustle, but you can get to Virginia Beach and the South Side I used to go to Elizabeth City all the time. So maybe that may be something that you want to do. I mean, just, like I said, I think the biggest thing is to pray about it, but I think the spiritual walk is really good. I think that you continue to do that and, take it, realistically. I know that you had a lot of church trauma with that situation. I just think that you do it with you and God first. And then when God leads you to a place where you need to be, go. And that could be on the internet.
I went today to Vision Church and I very much enjoy it. That's where my daughter goes. I absolutely enjoy it. I mean, the pastor there is really, really good. But I love it. He said, stay with your daughter to help with her son, but leave at the end of the year.
Well, if your kids don't want you to go,
they don't. And
be with them.
We're rebuilding ourselves. We're rebuilding our whole family dynamic now, because now I'm the matriarch. And it is so, it's just beautiful. I'm really loving it, and I want to be with them. And
I think your therapist was right then. Pour into that then.
Yeah. So
I think your therapist is right. Pour into that.
Yeah. So it's good. They're gonna dox my church. It ain't my church.
It ain't Lolo's church, but baby.
I'm trying. I'm on the path to finding a church. I've been invited to several churches,
and there's so many in Virginia. God, they got a church on every corner.
Yeah, I've been invited.
Are you on the south side? Or are you in the peninsula?
I'm on the south side.
Oh, you on the south side?
Yeah, I'm in Churchland.
Oh, you out there?
Yeah.
Now I used to go to New Community Church of God in Christ on Tyra Neck Road.
Yes.
I used to go out there when Bishop Ted Thomas and Mother Charlotta Thomas was living. So I used to go out there because that was out there by Churchland. It was kind of out there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You been to Grove Baptist?
Huh?
You been to Grove Baptist too?
You know what? Let me say this. The churches that I've been to in Virginia that I attended, I played for a church that was on Effingham in George Washington. It was a small church. Now it's a major big church. I went there.
Twine Memorial.
Huh?
You ain't talking about Twine Memorial.
It was Mount Sinai.
Okay, Mount Sinai is huge.
So I played for them when they were in that white building. It was a small church.
Oh, I remember that little building.
And then I wound up going to the Church of God in Christ that I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last church that I went to and I stayed, and it was one of the most influential churches in my life, was Faith Deliverance Christian Center in Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay.
That was a major pivotal. I think it shaped me to where I am now, where it's about, okay, what is the context of this? You know, who said it? And so I think that church, and it's really funny because it was in Virginia that this happened. It was in Virginia that this happened. So I owe a lot to Virginia, baby, because I really had a transformation in the state of Virginia. So that was a big thing for me. But and I think that church is still there. I think the pastor's assistant pastor is now the pastor, and she has the church in North Carolina now. But that church was major for me. And that was it. That's the only church. Now I would go to Bible Way because I would have to sing at that church. I have been to Bishop Green's church, and then the church in Smithfield, Virginia. It was a Church of God in Christ. So I've been to most of the churches in Virginia. But as far as membership, only 3.
And
really,
what made you pick those 3? I mean, how do you, it's like, I guess, how do you know where you belong?
But this is funny because it's the last one was the one that I picked. The first one I went to because it was a church that I had a job opportunity. I was playing for them. So I was playing keyboard and over their choir. So that's why I was there for that one, right? So that one. And then I went to New Community because I was familiar with Church of God in Christ. And I was attracted to the first lady because she was no joke. That woman was shady. She was funny. So I went there. But again, so they could sing, but it was just stagnant. I wasn't growing. Same words, same stuff, and it was like a routine. It became a routine. You know, put your hands up, put your hands down. We do a little dance, and then we go on home. Now I'm gonna tell you, Faith Deliverance Christian Center was totally different. It was different. I went there because somebody from Norfolk State said that Pastor Amos at the time is going to be preaching, and she spoke so highly. So she didn't tell me that Pastor Amos was a woman. She just told me Pastor Amos. So I went and I saw this woman, and my first thing was, okay, I need to leave because I didn't grow up with women being ministers in churches and stuff. But I didn't want to be rude, so I wound up staying. And let me tell you something. When I heard that word, and when I heard that lady speak, I have never heard anybody deliver the word like that, where it transformed me. I'm like, man, I felt something. And I knew I was coming back. I said, I don't care what her gender is, I'm coming back. This was some good stuff. Right. And I wound up visiting. And but I knew that's where I belonged, because if you was a hooker and God saved you, that was your ministry to bring the hookers in. If you was a drug dealer and God saved you, now your job was to go ahead and go on them streets once you got fully trained and you were ready to go back out to get those people. And the church was so well organized. Then they started a school, and it was well run, and they gave back. It wasn't a whole lot of scandal, at least at the time I was there. Right. And I enjoyed going. I look forward to going. And that's how, and then, I would have conversations, and she said, you need to go to seminary. It was a church where it was just not, don't take my word for it. It was like, let's study. And you could have a difference of opinion. But it was really good. And they were like, the pastor would say, you know what, that's a good question. I don't know that. Let's table that and let me study, and let's come back to that. So I could appreciate that they could do that. And it was
Right.
not always I'm right, or and so that's why I chose that church. And that was in Norfolk, Virginia. And that's how I chose that church. That's how I chose that one. And that
Right.
was one where it didn't have nothing to do with denomination, or I
Right.
had to play there. I didn't touch a keyboard there. I
Mhm.
didn't do anything at that church but attend. And that's all I needed at that time. And
Right.
sometimes you don't need to do nothing in the church. All you need to do is just sit down somewhere
Mhm.
and get filled.
Yeah. And that
So, I mean, that's what I got, Lolo.
I'm glad because after that it came, I was thinking about it the other day. It makes me nervous because
Mhm.
of how close I was to them. But I know that you go for the word, not the person. And that I'm
Yeah, Lolo,
learning
and it
now.
takes time. It really
Mhm.
takes time because you were in a situation where you were close to people and all of this stuff was going on. But I think now time heals. I
Yeah.
think that you should step out. I
Mhm.
think you should be slow and
Yeah.
and enjoy what you get, because I believe that every church you go to, you're going to get something out of it. And
Mhm.
then there's going to be one that's going to just stick out to you, and you're going to say, this is the one. This is the one. Because I wasn't looking. That's the whole thing. I wasn't looking for a church. I just went because somebody invited me, you
Okay.
know? And when that lady started, I mean, and she wasn't hooping no hollering. She was just plain. I mean, she did hoop and holler. That was good too. Now, don't get me wrong. But before she did that, though, it was just so clear. It was so plain, and
Mhm.
she came with facts, and it wasn't like, do what I say. And
Right.
I just knew that's where I was gonna be. And this is the thing, Lolo. I
Mhm.
wasn't raised to be under a female leader, but even that, I had to really study that a little bit better, because again, that was what I was taught, but that doesn't mean it was necessarily true. And
Right.
I had made up in my mind that day, I don't care if this lady had one eye. I'm gonna be at that church because I never had gotten anything like that before.
Yeah.
It was a powerful word. And I knew that's where I was gonna be.
Right.
And when you know, Lolo, you will know.
And
You will know.
that's
So
what I want. I want to find somewhere to go. I want to do. And there's a church that a gentleman is starting that works at one of my doctor's offices.
mhm.
And when he found out what happened to my mom, and he said, I really want you to help me with this. And I'm a little I don't know. I mean, he's married and all of that, but so he knows that I do social media and with YouTube and stuff. And I think
Uh-huh.
that's something that perhaps I could do.
Well, this is what I'm gonna
To
say,
build.
Lolo.
Mm-hmm.
Be upfront and honest with him. Like, hey, I've gone through some trauma with churches. I'm not
Right.
saying that your church is like this. This is me. This is not you. This is me.
Right.
But right now, I want to just sit back and get the word. I don't
Mm-hmm.
feel led to step out in ministry right now,
Right.
but and I'm not saying that I'm never gonna be felt. I mean, but right now, this ain't the season for it.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have a desire to get back in ministry. So this is not a no. This is
Right.
just, I'm putting this on pause, and then I need to see what's going on with your ministry and what's happening here and how God is leading me and where I should be. Because Lolo, let me tell you something. When I thought I had failed God, this is when I was in New York.
Right.
Baby, New York is a beast. Can I say something? New
Yes.
York is a beast. Some of y'all saved because y'all got the same zip code. All you got to do is move to a different place, and baby, you will be tested. And New
Mm-hmm.
York was so bold. People will come up and tell you, I think you sexy. Or they'll come up and tell you, ooh, you are so attractive. I mean, that's what they did in New York.
Mm-hmm.
And again, being a small town Florida country boy,
Yeah.
that was new. And so New York was the beast. And
Right.
so again, I didn't do no drugs. I ain't do no heavy drinking. But
Mm-hmm.
baby, when I tell you, I could close down a club. I could be on that dance floor all night long. I could close down the club, and then I look, and then after the club, and it's really funny because I didn't drink, but baby, I was all at the after hours, at the after parties, and I mean, so I never forget one day I was coming home, I was like exhausted, and people was getting up for Sunday school, baby, yeah, and so I felt that I went so far from God because here I am in ministry. I've done street ministry and prison ministry, and then here I am at the club doing all of this, and the third, right?
Yeah.
And so I felt some kind of way about that, and I thought I could not come back to God. But like I was telling this with the prodigal son, that people come to their senses.
Yeah.
And so when I came to my senses, I took the posture of the son. I don't want to be, a son. I can just be a servant because, and so when I went back to church, and I didn't go to church in New York. Actually, I moved to Chicago, but the transformation started in New York, but it didn't really come into fullness until I got to Cincinnati. Because even in Chicago, it was working on me. I went to church in Chicago. So I started off by not touching the keyboard, not singing in anybody's choir, not doing anything. All I wanted to do was just sit, enjoy the word, and enjoy the moment.
Right.
And that's exactly what I did. And so that helped me a great deal. And it kept me to sit my butt down. Because when you're used to doing stuff and when you got a gift and talent, you feel like you should do it. But God was like, no, absolutely not. You need to sit down. You need to keep your mouth shut, and you need to
listen
be in the audience and listen. So when it's time for you to get up, you don't have an issue. And so like that's where I am now. People were grappling with sexuality here and stuff. And that really bothers me. It really hurts my heart. I really never had an issue with that. Chicago was the turning point for that. And I'm telling you, got to watch what you ask for, Lolo. You really got to ask what you watch. You got to watch what you ask for.
Right.
Because at the time, I was dating a dentist in Chicago. I didn't know the man was gay. I really didn't. It really... And how that even happened. And he was really in love. And I guess, during this time, it was just weird because I wasn't looking for a relationship. But what happened was we got into a relationship, and it became a serious relationship. And I never forget it. He loved to go to car shows, and he loved cars. He loved cars. And so one day he called me and said, hey, I want you to meet me here. And so it was a condo on, in the Loop in Chicago. And it was on the 25th floor. And when I tell you, it was like, oh, I'm like, this is nice. He said, I said, so are you planning to get this for you? And he said, no, I plan to get this for us.
Oh.
And then there was a car downstairs. He said, do you like that? And I'm like, yeah, it's really nice. He said, I want to get this for you. Now, Lolo, I got scared.
Now, why did you get,
Because again, I had never, so this was my second relationship. So I was in a relationship in New York, and my first love worked for Pan Am, transferred to Delta because Delta actually bought Pan Am, and he was sponsored by Delta. But after 9/11, that stopped. And so he had to go back home. As much as I love him, I wasn't going to Nairobi, Kenya. I'm just being honest.
That's
But
that's a lot.
that made me sick. I was a little depressed for that. I didn't know what depression was until that, and I didn't want to go out. I just kept the windows closed, and my friends like, you are depressed, so I had to get out of that. That's how.
Yeah.
Now this is why I am bald. I actually shaved my head during that time. So when I came out of that depression, I just said, I'm shaving my hair off, and I did.
Yeah.
I did. It was a new beginning. And I just kept shaving it. And then one day I wanted to grow back. Maybe it didn't grow back. So I'm like, okay, I guess I was bald. But anyway, it's really funny. But so I was in a relationship. And it was it was intense. It was intense. It was intense. It was intense. And this person really cared for me. But then I moved to Chicago. I was looking for love. How did that lady say, how did you get here? Nobody's supposed to be here. That was me, right? So this person did get here. And again, he was my dentist. He was cleaning my teeth here. He was cleaning my teeth. He played tennis and racquetball. So I would play racquetball with him. And I didn't know the man was gay. I really didn't. It was really weird. I really didn't know. And then one day, he said, I got to tell you something, and I don't know if you would want to be my patient after I tell you.
Oh, wow.
So I'm like, what you got to tell me?
They're not going to make me want to be your patient.
He said that I really like you. I'm really fond of you, and I want to spend more time with you. So being the humorous person that it did take me by shock, because I never thought of that. He never really led on like that, right?
Right.
So he said, so what do you think? So I said, nigga, you put your hands in my mouth. Needless to say, we chuckled about that, right? He was a very interesting individual, and I learned a lot from him. Like, I mean, I was a flight attendant and I was an in-flight manager at that time. But I'm a Baptist boy. After church, we'll go to a Golden Corral or a buffet real quick.
Every Sunday.
So he was asking me. I'm like, well, we can go to a Golden Corral. He said, I don't eat from no buffets. He said, I'm not a horse. I don't eat from a trough. Oh, I said, oh, okay. Well, we wound up going to Morton Steakhouse, and so he paid for the meals and stuff. Because again, that got me. But he was funny. We're friends to this day, believe it or not.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah, we're friends to this day. And so when that happened, Lolo, that scared the hell out of me. And I said, and I never forget, I said this to God. I said, God, you better do something. Because I said, I like this apartment and I like this car. And I said, if you don't do it, it won't be done. That's what I said. 2 weeks later, Delta is saying, we're closing our Chicago base. You got a choice to go to Cincinnati or Atlanta.
I had Cincinnati.
I had to make a decision. He wanted me to stay in Chicago with him. I was not in that mindset. I'm like, well, you own this. I don't.
Right.
You have two dental practices. I don't have no job now. I got to find a job.
Right.
In Cincinnati or Atlanta, I'm guaranteed a job.
Right.
I ain't guaranteed nothing in Chicago.
Well, what about the long distance? I mean, what ain't long
now, hold on. So I said, I got to go to Cincinnati. It's closer to Chicago, and we can try to make it work. And he agreed. And so because I could fly him, and he can, we were doing that, and it was 6 months, but I felt something different. Okay. And I said, something is wrong. We were actually at dinner in Chicago. And he said, no, nothing is wrong. I said, no, I feel that something is wrong. And I'm going to tell you what I think it is. I said, I live in Cincinnati. It ain't nothing here. You live in Chicago. You live in the place where there are more Black millionaires than almost any other city. I said, look, we agreed that if I or you felt that we couldn't do this anymore, we need to let, each other know. I said, I would rather you to tell me the truth and we remain friends than I get to Chicago and there's another arrangement and we can no longer be friends. And that's how we ended it. And that's why we're still friends.
Right.
And then I wound up getting somebody in Cincinnati who we're not friends because baby, I thought that was going to be my forever, and it wasn't, because again, when you start making money, people start seeing you differently.
Really?
That's a whole nother story. I dated a banker in Cincinnati, and it was a whirlwind love affair. I mean, it really was, until I got a 6-figure job.
Right.
And then there were some expectations, and I'm like, then I had gained the weight.
Right.
And that changed some things. So I wound up taking a job in Dayton, and the relationship was really, really, really strained. It was really bad, right?
Wow.
And I was heavy, and I wound up moving to San Antonio. And so one day he called me and he said, well, hey, I'm going to be in Dayton. I want to know, can we hang out? I'm like, I don't live in Dayton anymore.
Oh.
He was like, where are you? I'm like, I live in San Antonio.
Oh.
And so I lost the weight.
Right.
I went back, and he was very excited about that.
About your weight loss? Just because, okay.
So when I was in San Antonio, he thought he was going to be moving here. His son had graduated, and which was interesting because I never wanted his son to know. I wanted to protect his son. I mean, because it was a lot. And so after that, we came here, and I didn't like his attitude and stuff. And I'm like, I would never be happy with this arrangement and this situation. So I said, look, I think you need to stay in Cincinnati to support your son while he's in college. I said, I don't think it's going to work out with us, with you coming here.
And that's it.
And we never spoke again. Never. And never. And I'm going to Cincinnati next month.
Right.
And never spoke to him again. I ain't looked for him. Some things you need to let go.
Yeah.
And so, so I'm saying all of that to say this is, things happen. And when you say some things, it happens. And it's really funny because I said that. So I do talk about what you got to say. But I'm saying all of this, you all, even with dating, straight people date.
Yeah.
Straight people can be in dating situations, and whether the female is a pastor or in ministry, they can date.
You're right.
But when same gender loving men date, it always got to be about sex. Well, who's not to say that when straight people date that it ain't about sex?
That is true, because a lot of times it is.
So I have a lot of problems with people trying to pit folk as promiscuous and other people are not, and then that's not the case. But I know a lot.
Do that. You can't say. I mean, it's like painting people that are same gender loving as promiscuous just because they're same gender loving. It doesn't mean.
Or you see a lot of it. You may hear people say things. Let me tell you something. It's a pastor, Lolo, in Philadelphia right now. I know him. We went to college together.
Right.
He was a football player. And when I tell you he was running women like water, he was a straight up hoe.
See?
But now he's a pastor of one of the largest churches in Philadelphia. Really interesting. And let me say this. I'm not to say that the man didn't change.
Right.
Because he could have really changed. And I'm not, because I really, and every time I speak, it's great, and it seems like he's doing great things in the community. But nobody ever questions what he did before he became a pastor.
Right. That's
or doing his process.
I mean, that's the thing. I feel like I'm getting older, and I'm looking at life a little bit more differently. Seeing mama go was really hard. And yeah, exactly, mademoiselle. The promiscuousness exists in heterosexual, same-sex dynamics. All it is like you said, people are people. It doesn't matter. Like my son has a partner. He's had the same partner for a number of years, and he's he's gay, and I've never ever made a difference between him and any of my other sons. But see, the thing is, people are so busy trying to find out what somebody's doing with their goods that it's like they only fascinate on the same sex, whether it's women, whether it's men, and they only want to see the bad things that happen in that. And the same bad things are happening in heterosexual relationships as well. It's just that don't nobody want to talk about it because it's not salacious enough.
And I think a lot of gay men who are successful intimidate people. It shouldn't be that way. But I look at the Don Lemons, the Jonathan Capeharts of the world. I look at people like Wolverine and stuff. And the first thing people say, "Oh, you scared of straight men?" Hell no, I work with them on a daily basis.
Yeah, I mean,
they report to me.
Okay, now.
And so my thing is, I'm not intimidated by anyone. And neither do I make passes or innuendos or anything at anybody, because again, one thing that I don't do on my real job is now they know who I am. That I don't shy away from that.
Right.
But what I did on the weekend ain't none of your business.
Exactly.
I don't bring my personal life into the workplace. Now, let me say this. I don't know about you all, but in my workplace, not one degree is on my wall. Not one degree is on my wall. Not one photo of anybody of my family is in my office. My office is about business.
Right.
Just like this YouTube situation, it's about business.
Yeah.
And that's how things should be, because even people on the job, even though you work with them and you feel like they're family and all that stuff, but baby, for the right promotion, they'll switch up real quick. So I always tell people that, yeah, you got to be careful. HR ain't your friend. HR is there for the company.
Yeah, for a reason.
They're there to keep the company. Their whole interest is to make sure the company. It's just like a company's legal counsel. Legal counsel is there to make sure that the company is protected.
Yeah, that's their job. Make sure you're not damaging the company in any shape, form, any way, shape, or form, and that nobody, that they are on top. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
You want to keep your job. You don't bring in the mess. I can absolutely understand that.
Yeah. Well, Lolo, I got a question. So how do you feel now after all of this lemon fiasco and all of this stuff? I know that you really did your best to kind of help him out. How do you feel about what's going on at this particular point?
I am saddened because I felt like I could help him before he got to this point, because I could see him heading to this point. And I had told myself way back when I really started identifying that it was something not quite right. He wasn't, like, it didn't feel truly happy. And I just wanted to help. I just, however weird our friendship looked, I had love for him. And I still have, I have love for everybody. And I still care about him. And I really care about his health. I care about him. In a sense, I still feel like we're friends, like we're distant friends at the moment because of the situation, but I care. And I don't want him to be put in a position where he feels that he has to change himself and present himself as a other type of person for somebody to make other people happy. I've always wanted him to just be happy and to just be him and to not feel like he
What would
needs.
make him happy? What do you think would make him happy? Because I'm hearing you say, I want him to be happy. What does that look like?
I don't know, honestly. It's changed so much, so
Mhm,
drastically,
mhm,
because I felt the loneliness and the depression that, anybody could say, no, I go out, I do this and I do. But I feel like I felt a kindred spirit
mhm,
in the depression. And I've suffered from depression since I was
mhm,
15, and
mhm,
I could feel that kindred spirit and
mhm,
trying to use something to numb it or to distract yourself from it. And as much as I would see him kind of go out of control, I realized that I can't help anybody that doesn't want to help themselves. And you have to put in the work for your own mental. You
mhm,
have to. And even though you want to make other people happy or entertain, um or entertain them, I mean, it's, you got to put yourself first or
mhm,
your family first.
mhm,
It's, but then I watch and I felt like I was falling into YouTube a little too much.
mhm,
And that's when I said, I gotta back up some. I gotta put
mhm,
some space in between. I've gotta put a invisible barrier in between, and even in
mhm,
between me and Lemon, because I saw him going and I felt like I was reaching for his hand to pull him back.
mhm.
And then I had to realize that's not your place. It's not your place to pull him back. He's not your family, so to speak. I mean, he's your YouTube family or whatever, but he's not your, he's your friend, but you can't help somebody that doesn't want
And do you
to.
think he was really your friend? Were you a friend of his, or was he a friend to you? Because do you think it was a transactional friendship, or do you think it was
No,
a reciprocal friendship?
I think at first it was a reciprocal friendship, and
Mhm,
then it became kind of transactional, more so when he started kind of going more so off the rails.
mhm,
And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I just want to get through the night. And it used to be the next day I'm calling, what you do that for? Why you say this? I don't like
mhm.
this. That
Yeah,
was the messed up stuff. And
yeah,
then it just got to a point where it's like, yeah, this is,
yeah. When that
I gotta
situation
move.
happened with your mom, I'm like, that's too soon. You can't do that. People
Yeah.
are really grieving, and you can't make this content because this is somebody's real life right now. And it bugged me, and I bothered him about that. I'm like, you really need to reach out to Lolo. You need to apologize, because that was not the time. And I think you had dropped off, and that kind of really bothered me. So speaking of mothers, what do you think about Lemon's mom? Did you hear the conversation that they had? I don't believe he struck his mom, but what do you think about that conversation?
I feel like I've had that conversation with my own son. And that's when I put myself into her role. And I've had that conversation with my oldest son. Not
Mhm,
not necessarily get in the shower, but
mhm,
what are you doing? Where are you going?
mhm,
What, I mean, in life, what are you doing? Let's make some steps to see. I shine brightest when I'm in my help mode, when I'm in my let me help you mode. I shine my brightest when I'm in my empathic mode. And I mean,
But did your son speak to you like Lemon spoke to his mom?
no, oh no, 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 no. That is
Let me
one
say something.
thing.
Let me say this, Lolo. And
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you definitely speak.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe Lemon hit his mama. I
I
believe
don't
she
think
was hit
so.
with that odor. I believe that maybe it was some stinking socks or something over there. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But he hit her verbally. I think he verbally assaulted his mom. And to me, that's the same thing to me.
Yeah.
And then to do it on camera and then justify that, well, I didn't hit my mom. I never hit my mom. But me and my mom, you know, all of us have had these kind of things going with mom. And I just sat there and I'm like, did she want to be friends with her kids? I mean, because again, Lolo,
Well, you know, when
I'm
they
old
become
school.
adult, yeah, but when they become adults, when your
Mhm.
kids become adults and you have an adult to adult relationship with them, it's not that you want to be their friend, you want to understand them as an adult because now they're stepping into shoes that, and you're starting to kind of parallel lives. You're like, okay, at this age, I was doing this. What are you doing?
Mhm.
And you're trying to
But
kind of
do you think what he said and how he said it to her was justifiable though?
no.
Okay. And I think that's what gives me, because again, he's an adult, but you're an adult living in her house.
Right. And you're still her son. No
Correct.
matter what, you don't ever, I mean, arguing is one thing, but that was way left field. And you treated her like you talked to her like you talk to people on YouTube. And I'm like,
And see,
whoa.
so what did that say to you? Did that resonate with you? Because I said this, Lolo. I said this. I said, see, Lolo, this is why he can talk to you this way. This is why he can talk to Sour Patch this way. This is why he can talk to Tracy this way, because he's doing it to his mama. And if he do it to his mama like hell, he'll do it to anybody else, because this is the lady who gave you birth.
Yeah. Yeah, it did resonate with me. I mean, I've never once talked to my mother like that. None of my 5 have talked to me like that. They would stop talking to me before they come out like that. When my oldest was back with me, when him and his wife had some issues, and you know, I'm like, let's make this timeline. What do you want to accomplish by this time? What do you want to accomplish by that time? And you know, when he didn't do these things, it was, you got to go. You got to go. And I don't care what you pay here. You got to go. If your name ain't on the lease, then we'll wait till the lease is up and you got to go. Or if if your name is on a lease, then we're going to wait. And but we can't be friends. We can be friendly, but at the end of the day, I'm still your mother.
Correct.
And so I really felt for her at that point. And, you know, I don't give a damn how much money my son gave me. It was when you're not doing what you're supposed to do. And he gave me money faithfully, because you got to pay where you stay. Period. I don't give a damn. You got to pay where you stay. But when you get to a point where you're not moving at all, you're stagnant and you're just there. No. If you say you're going to go and get this certificate or get that by this date, you need to be working on that. If you just sitting around and I see you roll a blunt or this, that, and the other, and but you not, after, even if it's after work, if you not, I mean, him and his wife, if y'all not working to get back together, y'all need to make some decisions, either part and depart, or either get back together and work on it. But you got to do something, because you only got so much time here. And I do feel like there was personal responsibility has to come into play. You have to take responsibility for what you say to people, to your family, to your mother, especially your mother. I mean, I took care of mama for 23 years. You only get one mother.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, Lola. These people were detectives. You hear me? So I don't know. I don't look at Lemon that much, but they were talking over here that Lemon is not at his mom's house because one person just trying to figure it out said that he had real white, crisp sheets.
Child.
When they was
like, what?
And then they were saying that does he even have his car anymore because he was walking to the liquor store. So they were saying that we don't think he's being as forthcoming, which he doesn't have to be.
No.
But as it really is when it comes to these court dates, because a lot of people feel that it's a little bit more serious than he may be letting on. I kind of like, well, yeah, something's going on with your car because you keep on calling your brother to come and get you, and you were driving at one point. Now you're not. So, people were picking up on those things, which was really deep as well. And I don't think that helps you because I don't know. Well, Norfolk area, they have a light rail.
Yeah.
And if you live in that area, that's fine. But if you don't live in that area, you got to drive. It's a driving city still, right?
Yeah.
And so if you have to get a job, if that job is not close to you where you can walk or maybe take a quick Uber, you're screwed. You're screwed. And I just think that, so you always heard me say, Lolo, that I'm going to ride and live with you, but I ain't riding and dying with nobody.
Right. That's been it from the beginning.
And my thing is, when you're trying to invest in yourself and do well, I'm with you. But when you're doing things that are causing harm to yourself and I may have to step back. And see, this is where I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ride and live with you. I can still have fun and we can do some kicks and giggles and we can shoot the S and all of that. But at the end of the day, I want you to be taking care of your business.
Yeah.
When Castro was making them baskets and they all sold out, I'm happy that Castro made them baskets and they sold out. I want Castro to do well in his life. I want Tommy to do well in his life. But I'm going to tell you, when it was going through their situation, I'm like, y'all going to really get in trouble. And I can't ride with that. I'm not on either one of y'all side when y'all doing this foolishness. It's death. It's going to end up wrong. This situation with VS and ZX, I can't ride with that because somebody's going to go to jail. Somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody is like that song say, somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose, somebody got to laugh, somebody's got to cry. Or both of y'all might be crying and laughing. And the sad part about it, Lolo, is whoever wins, you're going to be so badder that it's going to take a toll. So I think I am removed from that stuff. Stuff that makes me laugh, stuff that's funny, stuff that I'm with that. But this other stuff, this other side of YouTube beef sector, I'm not with. So I'm with you on that, Lolo. But anyway, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
The last I left off, I heard that, I know ZX was making videos and Ken was making videos. And the last I really saw was VS talking to Attorney Mom. And so I don't know, if it's gotten deeper, but evidently it sounds like it has.
Well, it done got deeper. Let me tell you what happened. This ain't no gossip. This is what we saw.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, because I'm eating my little yogurt.
I can't do yoga. Me and yoga do not get along.
So what happened is I was watching VS.
Mm-hmm.
And she was telling Ken to do his big one. Because,
I was there with that.
Okay. And then she was talking about ZX. All of a sudden, her video ain't there no more.
Oh, wait. Oh, that was today?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yes. ZX comes on.
Oh, God.
All kind of B's and H's. You know how he talk. And then he said, not only will your video be gone, you keep on messing with me, you'll disappear just like your video. I'm like, you need to watch your language because again, that can be considered a threat.
Right.
So right now, it's now becoming a flagging war.
Oh, come on.
So he's telling her that she's weak and all of this stuff's going on. And he said, you don't know me. He said, you do this stuff with the people in the beef sector, but I'm black sector. And, so, we got to beat our chest on that. And so he's saying that, you can go into the FBI all you want to, but then why you keep on bothering him and why you keep on coming back to me and all of this stuff. So I'm looking at that and I'm like, this ain't gonna end well, because if you hold somebody in the ditch, baby, if you gotta look, if you keep somebody in the ditch, you gotta stay down there with them. And what I'm afraid of is people gonna keep on playing with this law, this federal law agency, and
Yeah.
they both gonna wind up going to jail.
Oh my
They
God.
need to really be careful. And stop. I don't know. Everybody got to prove themselves to be the baddest. Everybody got to get their lick. Everybody got to, and then, so I looked at it and I saw him, and it's giving unhinged duel. It's just like, you're feeling some kind of way, FBI. He's saying these things, FBI, and do this. And then all of a sudden, now he may not have struck her channel, but he probably knows who did, because again, he's up there laughing about it. So whether you know or not, you give the appearance that you have some type of clue or some knowledge of who did it.
Oh my gosh.
Somebody said the moment VS attorney mom hit ZX link, hit ZX, she was done. Okay.
She hit his panel the other day, I think. See?
So it's a lot of things going on. And this is the thing that I don't have a problem with Ken. Me and Ken, I don't think really had any major. What we did was old school beef sector stuff. It's none of this newfangled stuff that they're doing. What really concerned me about Ken was that lady drove all the way from Colorado and had a conversation with his mama. That bugged me. I'm like, Ken, these people, this lady was unhinged enough to come to New Orleans, talk to your mama. Talk to your mama. You don't know what that lady was capable of doing with your mama. And that's too close to home.
That's just scary. I mean, that's just really, really scary. Now, Catherine said yesterday, VS that's what I saw, told attorney mom that she had no right retelling her story and that the facts weren't correct at all. Now, I agreed with VS with that. I absolutely agreed with that. That lady was telling how I'm going to go somewhere on any panel, my panel or anybody else's panel, and tell your story.
Well, what story was she telling, Lola?
A story about the past when she had been assaulted.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. How I'm gonna go on someone else's panel and I'm gonna try to tell the story of Jay Wilson. And when you don't do that. You don't do that. Your story is your story. It's not my place nor my business to go out and tell your story. You didn't call me and say, Lori, go tell my story over X, Y, and Z.
Well, people got to realize that somebody is crazier than you are. Somebody is willing to go to greater lengths than you are. And I think people are realizing that now. And these people, baby, the girls are not well. They're not well.
Are they ever?
They're not well. And my thing is, people who have nothing to lose will cause you to lose everything. And I'm seeing y'all do this stuff, and it's like, what is the end game? What do you all want from this? What is the big picture? What is your takeaway from this? Because somebody's going to get hurt. And I think VS is smart, but I think people have to deal with their trauma, their hurt, their disappointment. And I was watching VS again, and I think I said this earlier, when she was doing her medical stuff. I found it to be interesting. I found her challenges, and then when she got that appointment to go to that doctor, I'm like, great. Even her job with the story about her job and where she was working and some things she had to do. I was there watching that. I'm like, okay. And then it came back to this again. And I'm like, this ain't it. I'm like, this ain't it. This ain't it.
Certain people are, it's just a lot going on. I mean, ZX is just, I don't like him.
Well,
I
did you
really
see him
don't.
when on site April was on Shelley and he come popping up? Baby, it took the Holy Ghost to just
No, I didn't.
hey
Mm-mm.
mama. Oh
Uh,
April, you need to come here. And, oh, just that flirting. And so I wound up telling April, girl, I said, we don't have no state taxes in Florida, girl. Stay in Florida. Ain't no state taxes. Um, I'm like, yeah. And then somebody put, don't you have somebody?
oh,
So, yeah, I mean, did she buy you that big old TV?
well, man, I thought it was anyway.
Well, baby, they was getting engaged and gonna be married now, and now April need to come to the Philadelphia. I'm
Uh,
like, man, and so then they were talking about people doxing and stuff and calling. And I just said, we got people who do that, and he just sat there and this is the thing, Lolo. I know a
mhm.
lot of people don't like me, but they don't like me
Well,
because
shit,
I
I don't even care.
dox I dox 50,000 people. They don't like me. They don't like me because, well, I may be same gender loving and pastor. I roast gag. I have a good time. There are many reasons, but again, some folk don't like people because they have been adversely affected by actions that they've done, or people who were doing actions on behalf of them or thought they were doing something to please them. And, I was indifferent to
Mhm.
VS's situation. I was like, I saw it happen in real time, and I'm like, please don't go assault that lady. And when she gave her address up, I'm like, baby, you going to jail. I mean, and I hate to say it. And a lot of people were happy. I just kept my mouth shut. I'm like, whatever. And when she came back, I didn't go to the coronation. I stayed away because I'm like, and I think that's Bless Watkins was very smart. I ain't mad at Bless Watkins.
I hope
But
she's okay.
I hope she is okay too. But I had issues with that. But then people don't like ZX either. You
I
know,
know.
you disclosing people's your one of your moderators' health status, and again, everything that people have confided in you, you
Mhm.
have gone ahead and blurted out. I know you went shit when you had. Guess Kimmy was getting ready to interview this lady, and you said that you would expose her picture,
Ah,
and you would expose the act because I guess you had taped the act, and you was gonna expose that lady.
Jesus, have
So
mercy.
again, people don't like you either. And unfortunately, like I said, I don't have any major issue with Ken, but Ken and them children and some of the stuff he says,
Uh,
people don't like that either. So again, I'm seeing all of these people scrapping with each other,
mhm.
but there are people who just don't care for either one of them. And believe it or not, I hate to say it, but I do think now, this is my personal opinion. I do
Mhm.
think people are pushing it up so y'all can have that blow up because they don't care about you all. And whoever go to jail or whoever gets harmed, they really don't care because they don't
Yeah,
like y'all. And if they would do that to people who don't do nothing, like hell, they gonna do that to y'all. Y'all know they gonna do that to y'all. And I think y'all just need to, I think cooler heads need to prevail. And I think they need to just push back from this because
yeah.
I don't think it's gonna end well. That's my opinion, Lolo. Yours?
I agree with you. I mean, I agree. It's time to. I mean, somebody's got to stop.
Yeah.
Somebody's just got to stop.
Yeah. Somebody got to be the grown person in the room.
Yeah.
We're not in elementary school. We're not in high school where you want to get back and all of that stuff. Because again, when you're in high school and elementary school, you don't have that reason of logic to think about what's going to happen long term. And I don't think people ever think about the long term implications. They only think of that instant gratification, but they don't think what is going to happen to me long term. Your thoughts,
Right.
Lolo?
No, I agree with you. They don't think what's going to happen long term. It's what's going to be next week. I mean, this is why I step back a lot. I don't do all that arguing unless I have to, but I just it's too much. Before it gets to a point where I want to send somebody to find out about you or you want. I mean, it's unnecessary. I find so much of this unnecessary. Yes, I watch it sometime, but I just I may drop down just to speak, and then I'm out after a while. I'm out. It's too much. It
Again,
affects.
people are scared to speak about it because these people will want to dox you. But my thing is this. My
Mhm.
thing is I'm speaking about it because again, I don't want nobody to go to jail. I
Yeah,
don't want anybody to be physically harmed. And I just think that somebody's going to be harmed. I was enjoying VS's commentary on her journey during her health situation. I found that to be interesting. I actually would look forward to seeing it
yeah,
because she was very, I shouldn't say vulnerable. Yeah, she was, but it was a realistic thing. She
yeah.
wasn't calling nobody. I mean, well, who she was calling was people to see if she can get appointments and all of that stuff.
Mhm.
And I just thought it was very important, about her situation. And she was
Right.
very, upfront about what was
And
going on with the
and
fibroids.
transparent. Yeah,
Yeah.
and transparent. She's probably helped, whether she knows it or not, a multitude of women.
To get checked,
Yeah.
and then even with the job situation, how she didn't retaliate, and how many women going through that on a job. Again, sometimes you be helping people, but you
Mhm.
don't understand that you're helping people with your transparency and honesty. And I think with this fighting and stuff, it really takes you off of your real mission to help people. Mademoiselle just typed in, if I didn't go through my housing journey, how I got my house, she said she wouldn't have
Mhm.
got her house. I didn't even know that, Mademoiselle. But then I've had about 7 people say, I went back to college and I listened to you. Or I
Mhm.
started talking back to my dad and I listened to you. I mean, you do not know how you are affecting people, because even though we don't have audiences of 100,000,
Oh
but we
yeah.
still have an audience. And let me say this again. A lot of people may not think Nessa's testimony is valid, but let me say this. Whether it's valid or not, that's not up to me. But somebody heard what she said and somebody took inventory. And who's to say that somebody did not change their life over her testimony of what she went through? And that's why I say I don't discredit people who
Yeah.
do that, because again, that's a God moment. And if
Right.
Nest fall tomorrow, somebody still got what they needed from what she said. And if
True.
she fall tomorrow, it don't adversely affect me. What I'm going to do is pray for her, because again, we always talk about the
Right.
Bible and we supposed to be Christians and all of this stuff. But
Right.
I remind people that if your brother is fallen, you, and this is the key, those who are spiritual,
Mhm.
restore your brother, lest it could happen to you. It didn't say
Yeah.
those who go to church, those who quote Bible scriptures. It says
Right.
those who are spiritual. And that's the whole thing. A lot of people ain't spiritual. Let me say this, y'all.
That
I
is
know I'll
true.
come up here and act a fool, but I love God. And I don't like
Mhm.
people to fall.
Right.
When we didn't know where Ness was, I wasn't making no accusation. I'm like, well, maybe the lady wanted to come off of the YouTube for a while,
Yeah.
or and then when she came back, she told y'all what it was. Y'all had the lady all up in jail because she had a few traffic tickets, and baby,
Child,
baby,
I
they had
can't
all
even
up in
believe they
jail,
had her in jail. I was like, what?
and this is the thing, and I'm gonna say this too. Don't let your falling out with somebody make you so bitter that you can't see what God is doing.
Right.
It goes back to the Paul and Saul situation.
Mhm.
When God told the man who was supposed to meet Saul at the time, that man said, God, you know what he done did to the Christians? I ain't meeting, and he said, no, he's a changed man now. And again, we, yeah, sometimes, people are changed, and because we done went through so many bad experiences with them, I just can't believe it. Now,
Right.
there are some things that I'm gonna wait. How many apologies that I done got from folk, and folk done cussed me out the next day? So again, I see that. But with Ness situation,
Mhm.
to me, it's a little different, and I'm not dumb. Like I said, if she fall tomorrow, it don't have nothing to do with me. I'm just gonna pray that she get up. I
Yeah.
mean, it is what it is. But Ness took a whole almost a month, not quite a month, but almost a month off.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't see her on YouTube. Didn't see her click on anything.
Yep.
And she almost did like Saul did or Paul did before he started really doing his gospel ministry. He was learning. He was just staying away from all of that stuff. He was in hiding, so to speak. He didn't want people to know what's going on. Well, maybe that's what Ness is doing. I mean, y'all, again, I'm not saying that she could be plotting and doing her big one. She could be. Who's to say she's not? But my thing is,
but
I don't think she's
would do
playing
that.
with God like that.
No.
And like people say, Jay Wilson, you playing with God. You don't know my personal testimony. Now,
Exactly.
again, I know this is a show for me. And if
Right.
you can't distinguish that, then that's your issue. And if you get mad at me because I do my show, well, you really got the issue, not me, because I know what this is to me. And maybe you too invested. Those are my thoughts. But everybody is different. So again, I know people got something to say, but it is what it is. Is that Brian? Brian don't come up here, but let me tell you something, Lolo.
Why Brian don't come up here? Hey, Brian.
Oh, you know, Brian always feels like that it's the Charlie Brown Lucy ball thing, and he go kick the ball, and he think that I move the ball from him.
Yeah.
That's why he don't come
I
up
love
here.
me some Brian.
But let me say this though, Brian came on camera, baby. He was having a family issue himself,
Oh, God
and
bless
baby,
you,
he put it
Brian.
out there. But Brian was talking some serious stuff though, and I was appreciating it because that's what we've been telling him all the time. And now Brian is getting some of what we've been saying, which is a blessing. So now he can see what goes on. But I was just trying to figure out how was the problem rectified, because Brian's sister helped his niece get her car. Now the niece didn't have a driver's license, so you know you can't leave off no lot without no driver's license.
You sure can't.
So the sister actually vouched for it. Now Brian's niece has a good job. She had the credit, got it, and got the car that she wanted. She said a 2025 had about 10,000 miles on it. So she got what she wanted, right? But she just didn't have a driver's license. So the sister went. Now, Brian also said that his nephew, I think he meant to say drifter because he kept on saying grifter, but I think he meant drifter. So Brian's nephew just everywhere. He said he'd be in San Antonio. He went to Florida, and all of a sudden, like the ghost, he came back, and it kind of unnerved some people. But the nephew wanted to, I guess, help the niece how to drive. Well, the sister got a little touch in her spirit because she's worried that, okay, do you have a driver's license? And they got to be really deep because the sister, the Brian's sister, was talking to the niece really kind of like in a manner that like her mama or something. And it made her a little upset. And then Brian said they started cussing, and he said it was embarrassing because they was out somewhere and maybe they was getting loud. And Brian said he ain't used to all that loud stuff. Brian, of all people. And he said he wasn't used to all that loud stuff. And they was going at it, right? They was going at it. And so he was saying that I understand a little bit about my sister and everything, but my niece and he really wanted to emphasize that the niece had a job. She didn't really need the sister to sign for her. She just didn't have a driver's license. So I analyzed what he had said, and I said maybe the sister could have come at it a little bit from a standpoint of, look, I'm so happy that you have what you need to get your car, and I'm so glad that I could help you get it. But I do have a few concerns. You know, I know your cousin is here and he wants to help you to drive. Where are you going to drive? And I would suggest that y'all drive in a contained area because she still doesn't have a license. If something were to happen to that car, I'm still responsible for it. Insurance wise, even though she's paying for it, it's in my name. So, you know, y'all got to be careful. And that's my concern. So before y'all get into the car and start driving, Could y'all please tell me how y'all gonna do this? I think that would have worked a little bit better. But it was a lot of cussing and fussing. But I do side with the sister because I said if the niece had it together, then she would have went to the DMV first and got her license, or she could have gotten a private driving lessons and then went to get. But she needed her aunt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, that makes
And
sense.
I was asking Brian what happened. So Brian is mad. He said good night. Okay, Brian, but you brought the story up, Brian. And again, I didn't say your niece was dumb. I didn't say nothing disparaging about your nephew or your sister. I ain't say nothing bad about her. I just want to know what happened. I just gave my little opinion on what you said because you was very frustrated. Not frustrated, but you was frustrated. Okay. You was looking like you had a hard day. And I just wanted to know what happened. Did you get to talk to the sister? Did they work it out, Brian? I mean, come on now. That's just like Greenleaf or Beauty the Black, and then they don't come back the next season. Everybody like, well, what happened? And you leaving us like an episode of Greenleaf or Beauty the Black, and you ain't telling us nothing.
He said, wait, I had to put this freezer as strawberry.
Well, you don't want to talk about it, but you put it out. You don't want to talk about it, but you put it out. I see, Brian, this is what I understand. Y'all put stuff out, but then, if I put something out, y'all be talking about it all day. I think I was on that train trip, baby, honey, they act like the train was a bus. They act like it was vagrants on the train. I was by myself, baby. They said my man didn't come on the trip. They said my man wasn't there. Oh my God. They said nobody ain't show up. And I'm like, oh no, this is not the trip that everybody was supposed to come on. But this is for me and him. I'm not allowed to vent on my basic channel. Well, we seen your basic channel. Maybe you need to get a members only or put it behind the paywall. I mean, damn, you see how people be getting all sensitive? Now, he done talked about me numerous of times, and I don't see Lolo, do unto others as they will have them, you will have them done to you. See, they can talk about you all day long. But when you mention something about them that you're very interested in, because I think it's the dynamic, then they get mad. And what really, really gets me is Brian said he wanted to de-escalate that because he was in a de-escalation class. And I wanted to know how did he use that de-escalation class to de-escalate the situation that was in his family. Now, Brian, everybody has some dysfunction in their family. Now, my family don't be out in public yelling. No, we do that in the house. Okay, we keep that in the house. We don't be all up in the mall and at the car lot cussing each other out. Now, because my mom was like, "Stop embarrassing us. These white people in here." So we don't be doing that. But Brian, y'all from Houston, and I know Tina Knowles was cussing people out with that gumbo. So it is what it is. So
not the gumbo,
baby, that Tina Knowles. Somebody, now I ain't gonna lie though, Lolo. Somebody said they came on YouTube and they said they had 8 Tina Knowles gumbo. They said it was a light skin, and somebody said it wasn't a gumbo. They said somebody said it was she crab soup.
Oh,
They said it wasn't gumbo. They said it was she crab soup. But one lady was disappointed because she thought that Tina Knowles was gonna have a conversation with her, and Tina Knowles was nasty. Okay, now how you charging people $25 for a cup? Not a bowl.
So this is out of can you get it in the could you get it in the
no,
store?
Okay. So Tina Knowles was selling this at Houston's rodeo, stock and rodeo,
Okay.
So they always have like rodeo, like San Antonio had a rodeo. So they have something almost like a fairground. So Tina Knowles was out there whipping up her gumbo, baby, with all this seafood gumbo with big old crab legs in it and crab claws and stuff. So she was actually at the ground. So Tina, because she Beyonce mama, everybody want to go see Beyonce mama, right? So them little cups that you get for the size when you order some food. Baby, she was selling cups like that for $25.
What?
$25, right? So people felt like if we paying $25 for these cups, at least you can say hey and take a picture with a. No, Tina wasn't trying to do that, right? Baby. So one man
for
ate.
18 hours. Good Jesus.
I know she said for 18 hours, baby. So one man said he had ate that gumbo. And they said he was on that. He said I was on the toilet so long that my feet fell asleep. Baby, I hollered. Baby, people say they was having bowel irritation with that. And I'm like, Tina, baby, you can use that as like a smooth moves or something, baby. They said that gumbo was taking people out. Brian said that gumbo was not gumbo. It was the shredded chicken for me. LOL.
Stranger chicken.
Cook's gumbo for 18 hours. Somebody said that's why it was spoiled, maybe, with string of chickens overtaking the cup. The gumbo didn't come with a meat. Come on. Baby, they said that man said that he was in the bathroom and his feet went to sleep. He couldn't even walk out.
He must have had some dumping syndrome, baby.
Baby, it was a lot of stuff. They said they shut it down though. But so this was at the stop. But Tina done got that bag of money and got them folks sick allegedly. So
I guess if you can't sing, cook gumbo.
So that's what I'm saying. But see, nobody ain't mad at Brian. Brian, I know you was venting, but you vented. And so again, I guess you wanted the people know that you vented. And so I'm like, I'm listening to your vent. I usually don't watch you, but baby, I caught you that day. You had a little rag on your head. You looked like you was very stressed out. Baby, you looked like you was laid up over there. You was very stressed out. And so I just wanted to know, was you okay? And did y'all come to some resolution? You know what I'm saying? That's it. I just wanted to know. Yeah. And then this is the thing, Brian. Castro was mad because I talked about his baskets. Now I'm gonna say this though. Castro had, I don't know if it was a California curl or a Jerry curl.
Oh my God.
No, seriously, it was a perm kit in one of his baskets, and Castro said that sold out too. Honey.
So he was making like homemade baskets with different things in them, like
honey, anything you need, baby. Baby, let me tell you something. I saw Castro that night making the baskets low, and when I tell you that Castro was looking at that basket and he was doing proportions, and baby, he was putting that tape in the right place. Honey, he had them Doritos set where they needed to be. Okay, baby, he had them Dorito tater chips set where they need to be. Baby, I said that boy got a basket anointing on him. He has a basket anointing on him. Okay, he need to be over the basket ministry. Baby, Castro was not playing with them girls. He was not playing with them girls with them colors of baskets, baby. Okay, but I didn't know he had a Jerry curl basket for people who want to get a curl or a relaxer in their hair. But he said it sold out, and I asked him. He said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, that's what it was." Castro confirmed that it was a Jerry curl or some type of cream of nature, some kind of perm. Yeah.
Jesus have mercy.
Hershey said Jay Wilson asked Brian about his new friend he wanted to get with Dovey for a love connection.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I heard Brian was telling a friend about me. Brian, they said that you was telling a friend about me, and you were saying some really interesting stuff about me. But Brian, see, I don't get upset. Was you venting in? Okay, you didn't have a problem venting in, right? So, but when I have to say something, you get mad. But they said that you was mowing me down like a lawnmower mowing grass to your new friend. And that's what they said. You said it was just for me. Girl, okay. Oh, yeah, it was an Easter basket for the cheering. So they needed it just for me.
Oh, my. I needed, I said I won't put no in that. And then another perm back in my head and elbow.
Come on, just for me. Just for me. I remember that. Child. Honey, Castro should be marketing his stuff to the hospitals. Okay, maybe he can get an old nasty piece of "I know you" as the basket or "get well soon" basket. Okay.
Can you can't be just getting back? You can't just be giving baskets out, can you? I guess. Hey, Fridge Nat.
Hey, Fridge Nat.
preaching that always
Just
been
for me.
and just I ain't had Jesus have mercy. And
But baby, they said Castro was doing that. But see, y'all, that's why I look at Brian and I shake my head. Because again, Brian, let me tell you what Brian did too. And I don't understand why he get mad at me. But Brian had lied. Hershey came up and people think Hershey was drunk. Now she could have been drunk, but she was right and drunk. You could be right and drunk, okay? But because honey, Hershey get a little wine in her and she's really interesting. But
not a
Hershey,
wine, Martinez.
okay, but Hershey came over and said that Brian had talked about one of my friends who passed, and he talked about my dad. He said something really derogatory, but I had a friend who had died, and he really said some derogatory things. Well, he said that Hershey was lying, and then Hershey said, "No, I'm not lying." And then a lot of people validated that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't care if he said it or not. I just wanted him to just tell the truth. I told him to put the video back up. Baby Brian came on and said, "Did you get an email?" So he thought it was a humorous moment and he didn't read the room. And I'm like, what are you trying to say? And so, but I didn't really get mad at Brian because of that. But see, I think it's really interesting that Brian can take offense to me talking about a situation that happened, but yet he talked about somebody's death like it was a joke and it was funny. And then I think he may have wished death on my father. But again, I think that's more egregious than me talking about something that you put out.
Wait, no, Brian, you didn't do that. Oh, come on now. No, we can't do that.
Oh, he did it. No, he did it. And my thing is, I said, you didn't have to lie about it. And I told him, I said, put the video up. You don't have to take the. So I told him to put the video up. I said, you don't have to take the video down. I said, put the video up. It's not going to bother me at all. I said, put the video up. Yeah.
Brian. What you doing, baby?
No, but that's what he does. Thank God she want to go out. So that's what he does. So somebody just said ZX said that the hood table looks like George Foreman in a wig.
Oh my God.
Oh Jesus.
My God, today. How is Lyric? Well, my daughter's baby, her dog looks like Lyric. And his name is Latte.
Not Latte.
He got it. He had a bow on today that matched her dress for Easter, and they were so cute.
I like Latte.
Yes, and he looks just like Lyric.
Well, Lyric is doing extremely well. She's, my dog is well taken care of. And again, Lolo, they said that I was starving my dog, baby. They said my dog looked like one of them humane society dog that be shaking in the cold and the rain. Someone to watch over me, and she's shaking in the rain. But they don't understand that Lyric is part of a greyhound type mix. She has a very heavy, thick chest and a very small waist, very powerful hound, and she's a runner. I'm telling you, Lyric, I told you she catches rabbits. I mean, you cannot come on, a dog catching a rabbit, outrunning a rabbit.
Child.
So Lyric is a very active dog. I usually run with her, and so she keeps me in shape. So Lyric is a very good dog. Her weight should be between 35 to 40 pounds, and I think she's at 40 pounds right now. And you should be able to feel her ribs. You shouldn't see them, but you should be able to feel them. Right. So yeah, I know what my doctor tells me. My dog is fine, and she gets all her shots. She gets her teeth clean. Okay. So my thing is, people get talking about my dog living better than half of y'all. Okay. I mean, first of all, she brushed her teeth. That's a big thing right there. That my dog get her teeth brushed.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Somebody said LOL Hood Table was trying to make peace with ZX in his chat while he was dragging her. She said, "What did I do to you? Why are you picking with me?" Because that's what he does.
That's why.
And again, for the mere fact that she go over there to do that, he's gonna say that because again, he likes controversy. Why do people why they don't understand that?
That's why I just I can't with him. I
That man
don't.
loves
I can't.
controversy.
Mm, 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 mm.
Oh, well, look, Lolo, girl, I'm getting
Yes,
ready to go on the bed. But
yes,
I thank you.
baby.
Look, thank you for coming over. And when you need me, Lolo, just hit me up. Sometimes I'll be able to come over, sometimes not. But I appreciate your support today. I thank you for
I
coming
love
over.
you. You know
I
I love
love
you
you
to
too,
death.
girl. You know I was mad when I
I
missed you in Virginia.
I would catch you and road just going on. I'd be like, what? And I'm on the chat like, wait, where y'all going?
Have you ever met? You did meet Ro in person. That's right, you did.
Yes, he is such a dog. I mean,
He is. Let me
he's
tell you something.
so
We went to
sweet.
dinner, and he
Mm,
was just so nice. He was really,
yes,
really nice.
he is like that. I mean, and he's just so his gentleness is just adoring. Just I just want to take Ro and put him in my pocket, him in one pocket, Rebel in the other, and take them home with me. And I have to keep myself from going over there. I said, I'm not gonna bother Ro. Not gonna do it.
Ro is a good person though, and I told
Yes.
Ro, I said, now look, Ro, make your money. You done met me. I wish we could have taped in the restaurant, but I think
Yeah.
at the Abbey that they have something that just blocks internet, and which is good because they want people.
Really?
Yeah, they want people to really converse. They don't want people to be talking on the phone and stuff. So, but we couldn't do it there. But I said, you go on here, you make your money. But me and Ro really had a good time. I felt badly when I couldn't connect with him the next day because I said, well, we need to
Right.
connect for the football game because he would have had a chance to meet Mark at the football game because me and Mark was there. My nephew was there. My cousin's son was
Hmm.
there. So, but let me tell you something. That was that Michael Vick game. Even though we lost,
Y'all are them
everybody and their
boys.
mama was there, right?
Uh-huh.
When I tell you, you couldn't get no phone calls out,
Right.
and the internet was running slow. So even if I wanted to get in contact with Ro, it would have been hard because at the game, I mean,
Hmm.
it was packed. I didn't even see all my friends. It was so many people at that game, and then my nephew, my nephew in the Navy, forgot his ID, had to go back. I was
Oh
pissed off.
yes.
Ooh, I was pissed off, Lolo. And I
I'm
told him, I said, let me tell
sure.
you something. I said, I paid $50 for this ticket. And if you don't get here, I don't know if your mama gonna give me the money or you go, but somebody gonna cough up some money. Cause I don't play that. Now I don't pay for this ticket. You gonna cough up some money.
Oh my
So
gosh.
he
I
finally
see.
got there. Huh?
Y'all wouldn't have got me to go to homecoming because a few of my kids, not few, like I got 20 million, but a couple of them done graduated from with Norfolk State, and my nephew graduated, and that's my family school.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
that's family. So I I don't think my daughter may come back for homecoming, but I don't know. But she got her little friends and stuff. But now I feel like I've been indoctrinated into the little clique with them. This is so funny. And I'm just sitting back watching and listening, and I love what she does because she's not in the she's in the psychology field, but she's not using her. She's doing helping people. She's a donor specialist and setting people up with donor matches for kidneys, for different body parts and things like that. And I think she's so amazing at it. And I'm just loving her life. She is living the life that I wish I could have maybe thought of at that time.
So you just keep encouraging her doing that. That's awesome though.
Oh yeah, well she just got back from El Salvador not too long ago.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yes, and she's absolutely gorgeous. She's a beautiful chocolate drop, and I'm just loving her. She's just pulling me so close, and she's like, "Don't even worry about going into grandma's room until I come, and we'll go through it together." And I'm like, "Okay." I
And that's
so
good, Lolo, because I think that would really help you. You don't ever want to do those things alone and stuff. Because
yeah.
it's really deep. It took me about 3 years to delete my mom's number because,
Hmm.
and it's hard, but
Thank
like
you,
I said,
man.
you'll get through it. But I think the
Yeah.
biggest thing is what you just said. what would my mom want me to do if she
Yeah,
could speak to me? And I think that that's what she would want you to do, and that's what you need to do. And
yeah,
I think that you have the answer. It's already within you, and I think that that's the way to honor your mom. You
yeah.
know, yeah.
Absolutely. That's what I'm going to do. And I thank you because, without you, a couple of my daughters wouldn't have gone to Norfolk State. Without you, HU or the HBCUs
Mhm.
would not have been known more so to me because I didn't get to go to
Mhm.
there, to the colleges like that. But you've been so instrumental
And it's
in
really
my.
ironic that I went to that school in
Mhm.
Virginia and being on here, and I
Yeah.
didn't even know Honest Roll was a graduate. I really didn't.
Is he? I didn't
Yeah,
know.
that's why Honest Roll, and I met Honest Roll came out of the school. He came out of the school. I think he did interdisciplinary, and I think it was health sciences
I
or
can see
something.
that. I could
And
definitely see
so,
that.
but Roll is a NSU graduate as well.
Mm-hmm. Wait, Fridgeness says she
Well,
went in
not
the
at the food
food
line, baby. I
line.
don't go in the food line, honey.
I
I
love
don't.
my food line.
I
I walk up in there, they all know. Y'all know how it is when I go in this. I know. My 5 square mile radius is. They love on me, and I love
Let me
on them.
say this though. I can't do food line. Okay, so when food line first came to Virginia, I was all about the food line. But
Yes.
I was a farm fresh person. When they had farm fresh,
Yes. Yep.
I was farm fresh. Because food line, it reminded me of Winn Dixie. And I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
good. I'm good.
Yeah. I don't like getting my meats from there. I mean, I miss Farm Fresh, so now I've been hanging around the Harris Teeter.
So 'cause, I know farm fresh had closed, right?
Yes, and I
We-
sure miss getting my steamed shrimp and crab legs.
Yeah, and so I was wondering what they replaced that with, because see, Lola, when I lived in Virginia, like I said, I worked for Hex. I worked at Greenbrier Mall at the Hex.
Oh, I
And I was
remember
in
that.
Norfolk, Virginia when they had Tallheimers at Military Circle.
Ah, yes.
My
Military
my
Circle
friend
is
Big
gone
Keisha, my
now.
friend Big Keisha from my hometown in Florida, she worked at Tallheimers restaurant.
What?
Mhm.
Lord,
Big Keisha.
everything is changing. It just changes so wild. I tried to tell the lift guy how to get downtown Portsmouth the other day. I was like, "You going the wrong way?" He was like, "No, I'm not." I was like, "He said, no, that is not what." I said, "Wait a minute, where this
Let me
come
tell you
from?"
something. When I lived in Norfolk, Janov was the
Yes,
dump, and Military Mall was the one. Now Military Mall is the dump, and Janov has gotten everything. And
Military
then
Circle gone.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So Janov was kind of like secondary to Military Circle, right? And
Mhm.
so yeah, and then what else? Oh, Jordan Bridge was the old Tumpik Bridge. Now it's I went over the new Jordan Bridge. I'm like, well, I'm scared of this bridge. I don't want to fall off this.
Mm-mm. I don't like that. No, yeah, that's the one bridge I never liked going over at
Mm.
all because it was just too skinny and too raggedy looking. And
The new Jordan Bridge.
I ain't been over there. I ain't going over
Okay.
it. I
No, the
stopped
new
going
Jordan
over
Bridge
there
is something
years
else.
ago because I swore that bridge was gonna fall. I swore that when you go on 464, no 664, and
Uh-huh.
you go toward Greenbrier the back way on that
Mhm.
versus, and you know how they had
Yeah,
them
I used
that
to take Jordan
four-lane
Bridge
thing.
to get to Portsmouth real quickly. That was
Oh,
my back
yeah,
way.
you can get there quick now. You can definitely get there quick, but I was always scared. I remember my mama when she was driving, she wouldn't go more than 30 miles per hour over that bridge. She was scared to
Girl, let me tell you something. When I lived in Virginia, gas was 99 cents a gallon.
death.
99 cents a gallon. And we used to try to look for the 97 cents, baby.
Child, you, you go down a little bit further. Maybe they got it a little bit further, cheaper. Then you get down there, it's
Oh
210.
no,
You're like,
not
wait a minute.
anymore. Not anymore. It's so crazy now. But that's when I lived in Virginia,
The cheapest
and
now is 369.
wow. Did they tear down those those public homes off of Campus Stella Road? Because baby, them
Mm-hmm.
homes. Okay, good. But they was a mess.
They tore down a lot of public housing out here. Jada, all of that, they tore down. And then they built all these little new houses and made these homeowner loans for people who could, they were giving them money to buy the homes
Mm.
and giving them extra money. And then they would get in there, and then the people, it was still like lease them out, and like, but they would do it in a way where they would get more money. It was wild. And so they made them so thin, the walls so thin, you
Mm.
can literally fall through the wall. So
Wow.
I was gonna
Wow.
get one time. Me and my husband, we went out, or ex-husband, went out there looking. We was like, oh no, he knocked
Yeah.
on the wall. No, we can.
Well, I used to, like I said, I was there when they finished up Ghent. They was building Ghent, and they
It
finished up
is.
Ghent.
We trying to push the white folks out again. We every time we go somewhere, we pushing folk out.
Yeah, not Ghent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Ghent used to be the place, baby. If you could live in Ghent, it was so expensive to live in Ghent.
Not as much anymore. I'm telling you.
Wow.
Them
Now,
folks
I
ran.
went to those houses by Norfolk State, and they still look decent. And I see they building new
Yeah.
houses. Oh, Middletown Arch.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah.
They doing something. All I need now in this age is an apartment, and now I don't even one bedroom, and I'm trying to make some changes, and Portsmouth, baby.
Let me tell you something, baby.
Mm-hmm.
I have a friend who lives in Salem, the southern part of Virginia Beach.
Mm-hmm.
I got a cousin who lives in Pongo.
Ooh, not in Pongo. That's some money.
Pongo was country.
Yeah, but we used to.
Now across the way from Pongo, where they always got to replace that sand. I can't think of that place. Ooh, really
Talking
expensive.
about oh gosh. Oh, see, I ain't been out there.
Is it something bridge or something?
Sandbridge?
Sandbridge. Now Sandbridge, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sandbridge is something else. So now is the what's that place? Willoughby Spit area. What's that beach over there?
What is that? That's see, I ain't been to. I don't.
Now
go
that used to
over
be
there.
that.
I used to go over there to Captain George. That was the only way you get me over.
Now that part of the beach was rough. I can't think of that beach name, but that beach was rough. It was rough, and it was not too far from the Navy base.
Look at him talking about bad news. Listen. I had a boyfriend in Newport News for a minute, and that went real quick. Ocean View. That's it. The Ocean View.
Ocean View used to be rough, but let me tell you something. I'm surprised they haven't taken over Ocean View and fixed it up yet, though.
Oh yeah, I'm waiting. I mean, I ain't waiting. I ain't going out there.
Ocean View was like the last place that you could live on the beach dirt cheap, but it was rough because they had a lot of drug issues and stuff in Ocean View.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
In Church Street, baby.
Yeah, I'd be worried. The Churchland is I don't know. It just feels
I'm talking about Church. Look, I'm talking about Church.
You're talking about Church Street. Oh no. Oh no. But I ain't been down there. I refuse to go through them tunnels. I mean, they got me for them tunnels like crazy when I went
over. They're charging everybody now. Why are they charging for these tunnels?
This is just ridiculous. I refuse.
What's up, RYTV?
I can't stand them. They get on my everlasting nerves. Hey, sis. They get on my everlasting nerves. I have attitude with them, and I don't know. I
wonder how my life would have been like had I stayed in Norfolk, because I got a job offer from Norfolk State to work at the campus, but and I like Norfolk, I really do, but I don't know. I wonder how my life would have been had I stayed in that city.
You'd have been successful no matter where you go. You have that personality. You have that spirit. You've been, no matter where you go and where you settle, you're going to be you.
Yeah.
And I love that. That's what I love about you. I don't care how far away we go from each other. I'm always coming back here. This is home.
Well, I used to go to Captain John's on Virginia Beach Boulevard. The one
Yes.
at Virginia Beach Boulevard was really good. And then
Mm-hmm.
they had Lily and Vernon. A lot of people used to work at Lily and Vernon.
Oh,
Uh,
yes.
yeah, a lot of people used to work there. I worked at CBN, and they used to pay $18 an hour just to pray for
Oh.
people.
Now see, yes, I forgot they was out there like that. Why the downtown tunnel and the midtown tunnel. You can't go through. I don't go through neither of them no more. I'm surprised they don't stop me when I get ready to come down through there
Hmm.
because they getting mad money. Mad money. Oh yeah, I ain't trying to go through that Monitor Merrimack mess with y'all out there in Newport News.
Well, I like that new tunnel. It seems like it's real clean. And let me
It
tell you something.
is and bright.
Yeah, I like that tunnel because let me tell you something. I used to get so scared getting stuck in the Hampton Roads tunnel, and you be in the middle of that joke and say, "Lord, please don't let nothing bust in here."
Exactly. Yes, downtown tunnel, Ben. They was the first to charge. Downtown tunnel. I'm
Well,
don't
I was in
protest.
Virginia when they took the toll down to go to Virginia Beach because you used
Yes.
to have to pay to go to Virginia Beach on that little
Yep.
toll.
You sure did. You
Yeah,
sure did.
I was there, baby. People were speeding. They people were slowing down. No, 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 you can go there. So yeah, but
Yeah, they
yeah,
expanding the
cleaning up.
HRBT. I see him. I'm the
I ain't
child.
mad at Norfolk State doing that. I mean, I think that that's very progressive of them to use their light rail. That light
Yeah,
rail worked for me at the football game because
I'm
all we
scared
did
of
was
it.
park our car and then we went right to the train and the train put us right off Valentine Road. So I got
Yeah.
off at the Valentine Road exit.
But the light rail is kind of like when you go when I went to Las Vegas and they have that rail to go from the airport straight to the thing. I was like, oh, this is it. Okay, I get it. I mean, so this is the light rail, and it's bad. I got to go all the way to a whole other side of the country to get on the light
Mhm.
rail, and I won't go to Norfolk and get on the light rail.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you what though. I know you was mentioning Vegas, but Vegas is really changing now. It's really rich man Vegas, and they said that the food is
No,
extremely expensive
the
now
food
there.
is, but it ain't that much more. Okay, here's the thing. When I went, I met up with Ox City, the Ghetto View, and Faith, and they showed me how to ball on a budget. Baby, we did not spend a lot for food. I mean, where I went, it won't nothing like I did last time, where everything was ridiculous and a burger was almost $30. Nah, not this time, honey. This time I got the burger, fries, and a show. All for I think that Ox spent $30-$40 and it was nice. And then when we went to the Purple Rain, well, no, the Prince tribute, it was nice. I mean, I really, really enjoyed myself. The Lolo's chicken and waffles, the best food I've tasted yet, and y'all know I ain't been nowhere, so I can't wait to go around and eat. Right, sis. It was easy to ball on the budget. You can, I mean, I could see the strip from my hotel, but it was far enough away that I experienced the regular side, and I felt like I was in still in Portsmouth, but a little upgraded, a little upgraded, and just the elevation was wonderful for my back pain,
But
and
it's good, Lolo.
I
I'm glad.
loved
I'm
it.
glad you were with some people who.
Mm. I
Hold
can
on for a
hear it in
minute.
your head. I can hear it in your head.
Girl, no, no, somebody running up these stairs. Hey, is Liz up there with you? All right, because I'm not used to people.
Mm. I know it.
Mm.
You live out of the creek. Y'all is a mess out there. All right, baby. Listen, I love you. I will talk with you soon. Hit
Okay,
me up
Lolo,
if
and
you
thank you
need me.
all. Thank you. And Reading TV, girl, don't let these people try to separate us. Now, let me tell you something. I look. I go for you. Don't look.
That's
You're
my
my
little
girl.
sis.
So I go for Rennie TV. So I know when people was up there talking about us, saying something about somebody, I always said this. I like Rennie TV, and I said if she do something on her own, I'll be there. But again, I don't talk about it for her. You know what I'm saying? But I do like you. So if anybody say I said something about you, maybe the devil is a lie. Because I know you come over here every once in a while. And to be honest, I'm glad that you're doing what you're doing and you're getting into this and that's good. So I'm gonna say keep on doing you. So shout out to Rennie Tiffin for coming in here. Shout out to Lolo for being here. Shout out for Brian for being here. I'm just sorry, Brian, that you feel like I'm talking about your family because you told us. I mean, you told us, and shout out for Castro for selling all them baskets, especially that basket with that just for me hair relaxer in there.
I can't die. Good night.
He did, yeah, just for me. Come on. Well, look, with that said, y'all, I gotta go. Thank you, Lolo. Y'all take
Bye,
care.
sweetheart.
I'll talk
See
to y'all
y'all
in the morning.
later. Bye.
Bye.